Okay, I am going to ask everybody to please take their seats. We're going to get started. I'm going to start. Representative Smart, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. We have bill hearing this morning for HB 253, establishing a committee to study extended producer responsibility. I'm going to open that hearing and have Representative Dutsey introduce this bill to us. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I am going to be reading a testimony by the prime sponsor, Representative Parshall, and can take questions after that. As stated in previous testimony, the full cost of product packaging does not show up at the time of purchase. Rather, it appears on my municipal tax bill. This cost of disposal is shifted entirely from the producer to the consumer and has real costs in terms of both economics and the environment. This is why an examination of extended producer responsibility will be of benefit to our state. A common model that is in use elsewhere would be to contract with an established packaging materials stewardship organization. The stewardship program will collect certain waste stream costs from participating municipalities in connection with packaging producers. Questions for a study committee may include whether payments from producers of packaging material will be based on the amount of weight of packaging material or some other metric. Other questions could be in how to differentiate various materials, whether they be electronic, paper, plastic, or other categories within our waste stream. Would producer payments received by the stewardship organization be used solely to reimburse participating municipalities, or could the stewardship organization use a reasonable portion of producer payments to cover operational expenses and to provide for education and infrastructure aimed at reducing packaging waste? A study committee could also ask if producers may offset some portion of this payment obligation by meeting other program incentives. Obviously, there are many issues to work through before a comprehensive and workable piece of legislation can be drafted. This makes the work of a study committee imperative. Along with calling witnesses and receiving testimony, the committee would focus all of its efforts into drafting legislation with good input from numerous stakeholders. As consumers of these products, we have little to say on how they are delivered to us. There are hidden costs that we absorb both in our municipal budgets and our environment. This is our opportunity to place the burden of packaging decisions squarely where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dutsey. So I have a question with, and I know that you're just introducing this for Representative Parshall, but the bill itself is not explicitly make the questions that you posed in his introduction in this bill. It just says that the committee shall examine waste reduction goals through extended, and they're examining the waste reduction goals established in RSA 149 M with emphasis on the improvement of municipal recycling, reducing solid waste flow, and reducing taxpayer costs in support of municipal transfer stations through extended producer responsibility. But it doesn't actually direct the committee to look at the particular questions that you posed in the introduction. Do you think the bill should be amended to include those?
I don't think so, because if you look at the very first line, there is established a committee to study extended producer responsibility in order to provide relief to the cost of municipalities and solid waste disposal. And I believe what Representative Parcell is trying to bring up in his testimony is that there are extended producer responsibility is a broad topic. There's a lot of different things in play. And I think in his testimony, he's suggesting that these are some of the things that the committee could look at. And that's the reason why we need a committee. I will give you an example. I'm working with a group of people now trying to craft a container deposit system known as a bottle bill, and in a number of states and a number of organizations considers a bottle bill to be a foundational legislation for extended producer responsibility. So that's usually the start of moving forward in this area. And I can tell you, it has, I call it an octopus with 1,000 arms, because there are so many things to consider in this kind of legislation, that you need a lot of research and a lot of time to look at it. And I think what this bill does in this whole area is begin the process to bring the stakeholders involved so that we can at least understand how we might craft legislation for EPR that works for New Hampshire. Because what I have seen in working on the bottle bill is that you just can't take a piece of legislation from another state and think it's going to work here. We're unique, and I think that opening statement is broad enough to bring in all of these ideas. I think the committee would have to then sift through them.
Because my concern is that if we make this study committee too broad, they really, that we have time constraints and so forth. But if it's made too broad, just study extended producer responsibility, that's such a huge topic. I don't know how they could distill anything down to be of meaning. There's just so much that they could be looking at, and I think it, from my perspective, I think it just makes more sense to kind of maybe restrict to look at specific parts of EPR.
Well, I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have 2 states right now that have EPR legislation in place. I think one is Oregon, one is Maine. And I would assume that that's where they would probably want to start looking at those existing laws, how they were implemented, where they're going, and then go from there. But that's just a guess.
Okay. Question from Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So, are you aware that a similar version of this came before, that we were able to kind of have a subcommittee work group on and looked at this concept of EPR?
That was the bill for electronics, EPR electronics, or was there a committee?
No. It was referred to interim study, if I remember correctly, in the previous biennium.
Nope.
Oh, that's okay.
I'd have to say I don't remember that one.
No, that's okay. In
Yeah.
which case, I was going to ask if you were aware of several of the findings that came out of that, of which I had chaired that subcommittee work session.
Representative Murray, so you're saying that you chaired the EPR? I thought it was the EPR for electronics. Was that it? Okay. So there's a previous EPR committee. There was a study that was done.
Just to clarify, last year we had a bill that requested a study committee on EPR. We voted it. It was in the second year. We voted it interim study, And we were expecting to, and we also put it into a sort of an omnibus study bill, 1049, that was going to study a whole lot of stuff, but the Senate killed that.
And that study is available.
Well, and then we did the interim study, and Megan chaired that interim study session.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Thank you for that, Representative Bixby. You have a follow-up? You have a follow-up?
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
sure.
Thank you. So, to your point, Madam Chair, about whether or not EPR should be the focus, I think we had looked at the fact that there were, if memory serves correctly, 13 states at that point mulling over various aspects of the legislation for extended producer responsibility. Maine is leading in that area, and they have established a program already. And part of I think the findings in the discussion were that it's not a one-size-fits-all model, depending on how things are proceeding through states. And that's why we said that, yes, this was worthy of, we felt as a subcommittee work session that it was worthy of future legislation. And I think that is Representative Parshall's attempt to do that, to bring a study committee that looks at what the right fit would be for New Hampshire. Is that correct?
I'm not privy to Representative Parshall's thinking, on the bill. I'm a co-sponsor on it because I support it, and I agree with you completely. It's not, a couple of years ago, I looked into a possible EPR regarding tires, okay, because there was an issue, there is an issue in the Connecticut River of tires being thrown in, and so thinking about how we could go ahead and track, the various ways that tires can go through a system, and we could recycle them or dispose of them correctly. And again, it's a very complicated issue. And I think I agree with you. We need a study to at least start it and look at what works for New Hampshire. And it's we might not get anything definitive out of this committee like we would want, but it's a start. And I think from there we can figure out where we might want to go.
And Representative Dutsey, now I was just appointed to be the House member on the Solid Waste Working Group. Is that something that they are not already studying? Are they looking at EPR at all? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I've attended some of their sessions via Zoom, and I think they're looking at the whole landfill issue. Obviously, this is a part of it. Measuring our waste, being able to track whether or not we're meeting some of our goals. I'm not sure, maybe other people on the committee know, but I don't think that they've drilled down that far because they've had other issues that they've had to deal with. Madam Chairman, one of the things that I get from being involved in this for the last couple of years is that the state of New Hampshire is so far behind in this area. We haven't met our goals, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe from the early 90s, it may even go back to the 80s. Other states are moving ahead of us. We've got a lot of issues going on where the state of Massachusetts, for example, and other states are banning the disposal of materials, which means that those materials are more likely to end up in New Hampshire. And even if this bill may not be perfect, I think having a committee look at it and working with the Solid Waste Management Group, I don't think we can put too many hands on deck right now for the whole issue of waste and waste reduction.
Thank you. Yep, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you that the seems like the outcomes or the report from this, because the topic is so broad, it seems like the report could be could come back, yes, there just finding that there is an extended responsibility. And I would suggest that we make it more, report more specific about not just about the extended responsibility, but also the materials and products for which they are responsible and that we could use to reduce the waste chain.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that, I would happily, if it is the will of the body to narrow the focus down, I'm happy to contribute my notes from the last sort of iteration of things that discuss the varying types of EPR programs that are out there and what that looks like. So if that's something, I'm happy to contribute that.
Sure. I think we can also have our committee researcher do some checking around on some things having to do with EPR and what states have instituted EPR and in what means and fashion they've done that. Representative Bixby, you have a question.
Yes. So, I have a very short question, which you probably will say that will depend on the committee, but it's currently written to have 2 members of the Senate and 3 House members. My experience in study committees has been it's hard enough to get 1 member of the Senate to show up. So do you believe that this prime sponsor would be amenable to amending it to have 1 member of the Senate?
I can't speak for Representative Partial, but I would assume that he would be agreeable to that if it allows us to get this bill passed.
Follow up?
Follow up. Go ahead.
So there seems to be some concern that as written is not sufficiently directive in terms of what should be studied. But would you think that it would make sense to use this study committee in order to identify those aspects of EPR that are most amenable to being worked on in New Hampshire sooner rather than later, and perhaps amending it to indicate that we're looking to find the best avenues?
Absolutely, Representative Bixby. I mean, I think one of the benefits that we have right now is that I believe you have 10 states that have bottle bills in place. I know Michigan goes back to 1978. So we can look at the success rate there. You've indicated that there's 13 other states, that are looking at EPR legislation. And, this gives us an opportunity to see what they have focused on as maybe the best place to start. It's such a huge area that I think, we just need to look at what would be the most appropriate for New Hampshire, where we need to start, and then go from there. But I totally agree with you.
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, I also just wanted to make sure that we noted that also Representative Ebel is a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation.
Yes.
And so I know that she does a lot of work with Solid Waste Working Group as well. So
She's the chair.
correct. So to that end, I think that this should be something that we move to take a look at in a way that maybe gives the most flexibility as possible to get as many of the ideas compiled.
Okay. Any other questions for Representative Dutsey?
And I believe the sponsor would be very agreeable to, any additions or changes to the bill to make it the best bill that we possibly can. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have any other pink cards for this bill. Is there anybody else who wishes to make comments or testify in favor or against? Representative Bixby? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, just fill out a pink card and then have a seat. You can testify first and hand that in after. That'd be fine.
We might also be able to get information from Mr. Nork about the status of EPR and the solid waste working group.
From whom?
Mr. Nork.
Oh, Mr. Nork, yes, as well. Hello. Put on your microphone, please, and welcome to there's a button on the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I'm in red now.
And state
All
your
right.
name. State your
Thank you.
name and where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Walter. I'm from Dover. And just driving here took me longer than I expected. So I'm late. I'm sorry. I saw trash all along the highway. I had to stop and get, just the other day, Dover has run out of bags for its municipal recycling SIP program because we have so much waste, everybody's using up the bags. These bags are very expensive, so people with low income have a serious problem with affording those bags. You know, and I also am a scientist who studies pollution and people's exposures to toxics, and packaging is, of course, a major source of all of that. So we have problems from the in every direction from packaging, and the extended producer responsibility bills that we've seen in all those states that you've just mentioned are different ways of approaching this massive, complicated problem. And I think this study committee is the way to engage the stakeholders. It's also a way to help many of the small business people that are just the hallmark and the ground strength of New Hampshire. They need ways to safely package their products to their customers. And those packaging materials, a few of us in a group have been meeting with some of the packaging suppliers, and there's just not the options that those small business people need in this region. So the extended producer responsibility plan can involve then ways to enhance our small businesses and help them get the packaging that's safe and responsible and so forth. So I think there's just many stakeholders that could benefit from this work, and I please hope that you pass it and move it as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody have questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. To your point, and thank you for taking my question, are you aware of organizations that are working towards this very goal, such as the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, who has an international effort of signatories of various stakeholders, including manufacturers, who are signing on, who are small, medium, and large corporations, who are in agreement that there needs to be some effort to make sure that there is a closed cycle and the ability to have items recovered?
Well, that particular one, I'm sorry, I'm poor hearing, but maybe you can spell it out for me at some point after the meeting.
Sure.
It's too I don't want to delay you, but I'd be happy to hear about that group, but I'll need it on
Sure.
writing. Bad ears. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Anybody else with questions? Thank you very much for taking the time to come up here and testify. And I would also like to now call Michael Nork from NHDES to come and speak. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Nork. I'm with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, Solid Waste Management Bureau. I wasn't actually intending to speak, but I'm happy to answer any questions for the committee. I also want to mention that the department does support this. We have no reason to not want to investigate this issue. It's something we're aware of. Other states are obviously looking into and developing their own policies. So, it's something that has been in place for a number of years in Canada and a number of states in the Northeast and on the West Coast as well. So, it is something that comes up a lot. And I am aware that the Solid Waste Working Group could be generally the charge of that group could be generally interpreted to, cover topics like EPR, but the charge of that group is so broad that I think Representative Ebel has expressed to me that it couldn't hurt to have another group, dive a little bit deeper into this and maybe coordinate with the solid waste working group on this kind of topic. So we see no harm in looking into the issue. It's obviously a very complicated issue. And the devils are always in the details in terms of how you implement them, and how that's what defines how effective they can be. But it's something that I think the department would support. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you with that. I have a question as from a department standpoint, do you see any one or two or three particular products that cause a great deal of problem or issue with our, with disposal in New Hampshire?
That's a great question. I think we haven't had a lot of time to sit back and look at that internally as within our own day to day. I serve on the board of the Northeast Recycling Council. And through my work with that group, I am aware of what other states have implemented in terms of EPR programs and where they started. A lot of them started with electronics recycling due to the nature of, how those types of material, like electronics products, tend to have a lot of precious metals and sometimes hazardous materials that should be recovered and not sent to the solid waste stream. So that's where a lot of states, I think, initially started. They also started with things like paint, which is also something that tends to cross over into the world of hazardous waste. So looking at things from a toxicity standpoint, that's where some states have started. There's also concerns about, more recently, especially in Maine, the cost of managing these materials, and not just a toxicity, not just a concern about toxicity, but also how much of these things we're generating and how much of it ends up in our landfills or incinerators. So they're looking at things like packaging more generally. That is a very complex topic. So EPR can be taken in any number of directions. But in terms of, from what I'm familiar with, at least, states seem to have taken a more, at least initial steps around toxicity and identifying those items that are pose more of a risk from that standpoint.
And is it in your opinion, that a study committee would be more successful if it weren't as broad, if maybe we just looked at a dozen things or, half a dozen things that we might want to focus in on in terms of EPR?
I think that could help with narrowing the focus a little bit, could potentially make it a more productive conversation and focus the direction of the group a little bit more. I hadn't really given consideration to how that might be done, but that is possibly, that could be a beneficial amendment to the bill.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To your point about packaging and the complexities, if memory serves me correct, I think you also were there way back when in HB 617 when we discussed multi-layer packaging and the various complexities around it, as well as many of those other types of packaging which are not necessarily recoverable in a way, and they ultimately end up landfilled. So to that end, I am wondering whether or not, I guess I will push back a little bit on whether or not narrowing the scope would potentially eliminate looking at things that we should really focus on. And so I'm just curious as to how we define that scope if you're looking for an amendment.
Yeah, thank you for the question. To be clear, I'm not advocating for an amendment. I was just opining that potentially that could help in terms of, I know with study committees, they often don't have a lot of time to really focus on the issue at hand because of deadlines and, reporting deadlines and whatnot. So I just thinking that it could potentially be beneficial to identify priorities or topics or even material types or product types. But I see where you're coming from, Representative Murray, that there is such a broad potential application for EPR. that, you know, I just don't know what the best methodology is to tackle it, because it is such a broad, complex topic. So I'm fear I'm not being very helpful, but it's the nature of the beast, I think.
Representative Germana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was also wondering about packaging, and I was thinking about there are a couple of places. I'm from Keene, and in Keene we have a couple of places now that when you get coffee, you know, the entire the cup itself and the thing that keeps your hand from getting too hot. I forget what that's called, and the lid are all compostable, right? I assume that the lid is maybe cornstarch based or something like that. And the same would be true, you know, if you bought a cup of soup or something like that. So I was wondering if there is any effort on the part of the department and part of the state to kind of, particularly with that kind of packaging, to move us further in the direction of that kind of packaging, right? As opposed to, I mean, how many you stop into Cumberland Farms or any other place, you can still get styrofoam cups for your coffee, right? And other containers that really just fill our landfill when clearly there is the technology that allows us to produce containers that are compostable. So I'm wondering, number one, if that might fall into the purview of this kind of study, and if anything is currently in the works to help us move in the direction of that kind of packaging.
That's a great question. In terms of what currently might be happening, the department has issued a solid waste management plan back in late 2022. It identifies a number of strategies and actions. Some of it could apply to the kind of situation you're talking about, where reducing use of certain types of packaging or reducing single-use packaging, or trying to encourage more recycling or recyclability of that type of packaging. One of the challenges is that we don't necessarily have a way to make that happen for sure, but we can encourage, we can educate, we can provide information. So that's one of the challenges with moving the needle, so to speak, on these kinds of social behavioral issues. I think that's where EPR, the intention of EPR is to create a framework that kind of requires manufacturers and product brands to adhere to some sort of code or some sort of standard for their products. If the onus is on the manufacturer or the brand for end-of-life management, as a profit-driven business, they're probably going to opt for materials and packaging that are less expensive to manage at the end of life. So, to your point, you know, compostable packaging or things that can go to higher and better use that potentially could be recycled and have some sort of market value as a commodity are going to be something that they would probably be more willing to kind of direct their efforts to, rather than, if they don't have to think about what the end of life management of their packaging is, then they're just going to continue business as usual, status quo. So I think that's where EPR comes in, is it really tries to create some sort of economic incentive, essentially, because at the end of the day, the business is going to be the one that foots the bill, you know, so they're going to look to minimize costs wherever they can. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, can I follow up, Madam Chair?
Sure, follow up.
And speaking of that kind of incentive, right, which makes sense, right? So even if there were some cost that is passed on to the consumer, for example, when you buy your cup of coffee, I buy my cup of coffee in the morning, it seems to me that there would be an offset potentially, as we're dealing with diminishing landfill space and increasing prices for landfills, right? Because we have to now truck waste greater distances because we're running out of landfill space. It seems that perhaps for consumers, there would be an offset, even if there is a small, you know, increase in what you're paying for that cup of coffee because of the packaging, that it would be offset potentially by savings or keeping our landfill costs from continuing to increase.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dutsey, I can't take your questions because you introduced the bill, so I'm sorry for that. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this discussion that we're having before us, if I may, illustrates how complex the issue really is and how many different products EPR really touches. And to that end, I think that it is something I'm curious about. What your vision for the study committee's communication with the solid waste working group, does that directive need to be in the bill? To that end, you were saying potentially there was hope that the two could communicate with one another. I just wanted to make sure if that the named members were working on that, that they have the ability to communicate with you directly, or how would that work for swag, I guess is what I'm wondering.
Good question. I don't know that I have the answer. I just think that because the topics could overlap between the two groups, it may be beneficial to have some coordination, but I don't know if that needs to be formalized. I would leave that to the committee to think about in terms of, how to craft the policy if they decide to go forward.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it wasn't a question. I wanted to answer Representative Germana. Is that allowed or not? If not, that's fine. He
No, I
raised-
don't believe so, because we are listening to testimony.
Okay.
Representative Bixby?
So that discussion between committee members is something that is typically done in study
Work
session subsequent to the hearing, because the hearing gives priority to people who are testifying.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for Mr. Nork? Anybody? No? Thank you. I appreciate you coming and testifying.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to call Mr. John Tuthill from my town of Ackworth. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Tuthill from Ackworth in Sullivan County. A quarter of a century ago, I was sitting on this committee and we were talking about EPR and these concepts at that time. So I'm very pleased that this bill is coming forward and I strongly support it. I suppose it's gratuitous to say that it's long overdue, but it certainly is time for us to be discussing this. Michael Nork from DES essentially covered what I think is really the critical issue, which is focusing on toxicity. A lot of our difficulties with solid waste management have to do with the fact that there actually is a great deal of toxic material in the waste streams. We're using waste streams the way we used to use rivers before the Clean Water Act started putting some controls on that. You have a great flow of material passing through, and we have a small segment of waste materials that really are quite hazardous, but by diluting them in a much greater stream of papers and cardboard and just general household refuse, it's possible to send these materials off into the world where they are treated to some extent or controlled at landfills or incinerators or wastewater treatment plants. But nonetheless, in the end, a lot of this toxic material is getting back out into the environment, into our agricultural lands and into food supplies. So I think that's where EPR can really make a difference in terms of protecting the environment and improving public health, or reducing risk to public health, perhaps would be a better way of putting that. I'll leave it at that. I said I would speak for 1 minute. I just really wanted to say I strongly support this initiative, and I'm very pleased it's happening. Having lived in Europe at the time that EPR was coming into effect through the European Union, you saw a dramatic change in packaging and a reduction in the amount of materials that were being used in packaging consumer goods. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. When you're talking about toxicity in packaging, can you elaborate a little bit more about how the two interrelate? Are there things added to packaging that make them not only more complex but also more toxic?
Yes. And a quarter of a century ago, this was perhaps more of a problem because actually industry manufacturers have adapted, and to some extent there have been laws at the federal and I think to some extent at the state level. You have stabilizers in plastics, you have colorants. What makes those detergent bottles almost jump off the shelf into your cart is, very, very bright colors, which often are associated with heavy metals. The stabilizers themselves can be a problem in terms of toxicity. We certainly know now about PFAS, which is often found in packaging. That needs to be addressed, and I think that sending an economic signal through an EPR program would be useful in reducing the use of some of these chemicals in the recipes for packaging, both in paper and in plastics.
Follow up, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the comment on PFAS and packaging, are you referring to non-stick coatings in general, or what are you? I mean, obviously PFAS is a chain of chemicals, and there are many PFAS.
Correct.
Are there other non-stick coatings that are of concern to you, or?
I'm certainly not an expert in this field. I mean, I've been following this story for many, many years. This is not something new exactly. If you can go back to Rachel Carson or people like Theo Colburn back in the 90s, we've known about a lot of these problematic chemicals for a long time that are used in the plastics manufacturing industry and were used more at one time in the paper industry. But no, I actually can't discourse in depth on the actual particulars of these chemicals. There certainly are experts who can do that, and hopefully the study committee would actually avail themselves of some of that expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Tuthill? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming and joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I would like to ask the committee, I see that the sponsor of the bill has joined us. Does anybody from the committee actually have a question for the bill sponsor? Yes? Representative Partial, would you please take the seat?
I would love to, and I'll make
Sure.
the card out shortly.
Thank you. So go ahead, Representative Bixby, you had a question.
I asked a couple of questions of Representative Dutzy, to which the answer was she couldn't read your mind, but she kind of guessed that what your response might be. So I'm going to just put them to you in terms of potentially amending the bill. One issue is simply the matter of reducing the number of senators to one, so we'll have at least one who might show up. And the other question is, do you think might make sense to, in the committee charge, provide a list of potential areas to look at to clarify, because this is a huge topic, to clarify some priorities?
Thank you for the question, and welcome. I'd like to say thank you to the committee for allowing me to testify. My only concern with one senator and 3 representatives is that it opens the door for tie votes. But I am more than open to it. If that's the will of this E&A committee, I would be more than happy to offer such an amendment. As far as there are a number of concerns about EPA legislation, what it addresses. We've heard testimony this morning about the difference between addressing electronic technology and the disposal of our plastic bottles. I think that both are very valid points to look at. We have one committee to study all of them. I think it makes sense. And again, I'd be more than happy to include areas of potential outline, like I think was given in my testimony, written testimony, addressing these various concerns. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Any other questions for Representative Partial? No. Seeing none, you have
May I offer
something
this
else to add?
one more thought, if I may.
Sure.
And that is, this bill is for a study group, because I really do feel that the issues posed by this are quite large. But I think at the end of the day, the focus of this is something that we all, not only decreasing our waste flow, something we're all in favor of, but also giving some relief to the municipal taxpayers who are paying the tipping fees in these towns. I think that's also vital to address as part of this bill.
Thank you. And so it as a follow-up to what Representative Bixby had said about perhaps restricting or having the scope of the study be more specific, perhaps would you think it'd be a good idea for the study committee to decide whether or not they would want to restrict a study of, just certain items, or so that they are not, having to deal with such a broad issue, that perhaps they can determine what the priorities would be for what they're going to study.
Well, I'd be happy to furnish a hopefully comprehensive list of areas to be examined. I would not presume on the study committee on what they wish to, on the areas they wish to focus on. I think that sounds perfectly reasonable.
Thank you. Representative Nab.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You have a comment in here about soliciting input from any person or entity the committee deems relevant. Who do you think about? Oh, sorry. Who do you think about when you talk about that? Because it seems like that might help also define the goals as to who you solicit information from.
What do I mean to say? People,
Like outside of DES, who are other organizations that you would want to speak to?
there are a number of waste groups around the state, the New Hampshire Network for one, 10 Towns Initiative. I think they may have some worthy testimony. I would also think perhaps our municipal association may have some worthwhile input when it comes to how we're currently managing our waste flow, and as far as improvements in that area. There's two that's come off the top of my mind.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that end, I guess would you believe
That's okay.
that? Yeah, thank you. That there are a large range of stakeholders who would come and testify on those, as I have experienced through HB 617. Everybody from retailers, manufacturers, to hospital associations. The list is quite broad. Would you not agree?
I would agree, and I think maybe one of the tasks that the study committee might have is trying to avoid redundancy of testimony because of that factor. I'd like to see your time spent wisely.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking the question. I sort of asked this of Representative Dutzy earlier, and maybe I can phrase it a little bit better this time. Given the broad, sort of mandate of the bill, how would you define the report outcomes? Like, what are the specific goals that you would want the report to address?
I would be happy if we could come to a consensus on legislation to move the whole concept of EPR forward in the state. That is the goal of this study group, I believe.
Follow up, sure.
So, and I said earlier that it could be that the report basically establishes that there is an EPR, and do you anticipate, or that there is an existence of EPR? Do you anticipate that it would name materials or specific companies or producers?
I would again hate to presume on what findings of the committee may make. But I think that at the minimum, if you identify a stewardship organization to manage the waste flow and some guidelines on how for collection, I think that at a minimum would be perhaps a wise area for the committee to look at. Or study committee, yes.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Partial. And in connection with Representative Howard's question, I see one of the provisions of the bill would be suggested legislation in order to help RSA 149M in order to better meet the waste reduction goals therein. So I assume one of the possible outcomes of such a committee would be to perhaps suggest some pieces of legislation. Maybe that's taking legislation that has been enacted in Maine or other states and crafting it in a way that suits the interests of New Hampshire. So I assume that potential legislation would also be a product of the committee's work.
I think that's implicit in the bill. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for testifying. Is there anybody else? I don't have any more pink cards. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on House Bill 253. Seeing none, I will then close this hearing. I also want to report that we had, on our blue sheet, we had 6 people in favor of this bill. And on the online portal, we had 62 people in favor of this bill, 3 people against, and 1 person signed in as neutral. So I will pass that along. Yes, yeah. Did you get that? 62 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 neutral. So with that, this hearing is closed.
Do you have Representative Partial's written
Oh,
testimony?
do we have your written testimony, Representative Partial?
Or I could submit it electronically if you prefer. I'm a paperless person, whatever you would like.
I've got it here. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to, I guess we're going to adjourn our committee. I thought we would have more people speaking in favor or against this bill this morning. But our next hearing is at 1 o'clock for HB 56 relative to permits for the siting of new landfills. And so we will be taking off that time. Until then, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd just like to recommend that we probably should spend some time in a work session on this in order to just clarify any possible necessary amendments. Does that,
I had planned to do that next week
great,
in the morning.
good,
Yes.
thank you.
So I don't know if there would be any notion of bringing an amendment before then. I don't know.
I think that might be a possibility. We can talk with the prime sponsor and see what he'd be amenable with and see if we can get some rough draft of something put together so we have something to discuss.
Okay, wonderful. So the plan is for next week, in the morning, I wanted to have a work session on this bill as well as I'm assuming we're going to have some discussions on the landfill siting bills. To have a work session in the morning for these 3 bills. There's also another bill. It's a HB 221, and I think that that's the land acquisition bill for the land trust, and I think that you were working on an amendment for that?
Yeah, I'll be preparing an amendment for that.
Okay, so those 4 bills we can talk about in a work session next week in the morning. And in the afternoon, we'll have an exec session. And I'm not sure if we want to include these 3 bills that we're going to hear today in the exec session next week.
Probably not. I think, I think that I'm not sure that we can get I don't think we can get the landfill.
Can you
bill.
put your
Sorry.
microphone on?
I don't think that we can figure out what needs to happen with the landfill bill out sufficiently to be able to exec on next tomorrow afternoon.
May
Next,
Yeah.
sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just don't know what we're going to hear in the way of testimony today, so
Sure.
I just want to make sure that I have no idea what could potentially come out of that, and I don't want to make any.
Sure. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can always include them, but if we find that we need more time after having our working group in the morning, we can always postpone them.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep. Okay. Anybody have any other questions or comments for the good of the committee? Seeing none, I'd like to adjourn until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Is Potenza coming this afternoon?
She's supposed to. Ooh. Okay, I'd like everybody to please take their seats and get settled. We're going to be getting underway momentarily. Thank you and good afternoon. This is House Environment Agriculture Committee. And we are going to be hearing bill number HB 56 relative to permits for the siting of new landfills. But before we get underway, there's a couple of things I want to go over. I would appreciate it if people please mute their phones. I don't want to have any cell phones going off in the middle of our hearings. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to have a reminder of some civility. We do not impugn or ascribe motives to others, or you will be gavelled. So we want to be respectful of everybody's position on these two bills this afternoon. Please speak on one bill if you are coming up to speak on HB 56. I realize that HB 602 is very similar. You may speak on both bills at the same time, but if you are coming back up to speak on HB 602, please stay specific to that bill and try not to repeat something that's already been said. We've got a lot of people who want to speak, and I would like to be respectful of the time. So with that, I will start with Representative Murray to introduce her bill, HB 56, to our committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Representative.
Good afternoon to you too. Good afternoon, committee. For the record, my name is Representative Megan Murray. I represent the towns of Amherst and Milford. I'm here before you to bring forward House Bill 56, which is a bill that would establish a distance to travel requirement for the proposed siting of landfills. And in that, what the bill is asking for is that any applicant seeking to site a landfill uses a 5-year distance to travel calculation in a hydrogeological study, that would be at the expense of the applicant putting that forward. The bill itself is the bill itself is similar in nature to the bill we saw last year. However, I did want to make some mention that I was aware that there were a few things that could potentially be strengthened, and so in doing so, I have prepared an amendment which you all have, which is 0609H. And it addresses a few things with regard to strengthening some of the definitions around what it means for a pre-existing landfill in subparagraph C. It also mentions in subparagraph C lines 8 through 10 that we also would like to see that any perennial bodies of water traversing a footprint be monitored in accordance with or exceeding US EPA regulations and guidelines. It also, in subparagraph D of the original bill, continues to further elucidate the 5-year distance to travel, and it just says that we would also like that there's not more than an additional 3 years added to the calculated time of travel. There are a few other very scientific explanations, which some folks behind me will speak to better about in situ soils, and I am not the person to speak to the scientific nature of that. And with that, I'll happily take any questions that you may have for me. And like I said, the body last year, the House felt very strongly that the House take a position and make sure that we are protecting our bodies of water. And so in doing so, we want to make sure that that happens. And so this is a vehicle that I believe is best suited to do that.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for Representative Murray? Representative Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Murray. So this bill is similar to a bill from last term. The bill from last term was vetoed by the governor. How does this bill get by that veto?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So I do believe that I cannot speak to what is in the governor's purview. So to that, I will say that we are taking an additional angle to try and make sure that folks feel as comfortable as possible to ensure that we are not trying to impinge on any pre-existing landfills that are in existence. And in doing that, I would at least hope that that gives some additional reassurance that we understand that this is a service that is provided to folks, but at the same time, we are also concerned about water quality.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, seeing none, thank you very much for your introduction of this bill. Let's see. I have Representative Wendy Thomas. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam. I'll take this off. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Representative Wendy Thomas. I represent the town of Merrimack, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 56. Environmental toxins are in the news these days. Recently, in East Palestine, Ohio, there was a major train derailment that has caused nothing short of a humanitarian crisis. While people in my town of Merrimack have been systematically poisoned over a few decades, these people have been poisoned overnight. We are seeing photos of dead fish, chickens, birds. People are complaining of headaches, skin rashes, and difficulty breathing. Make no mistake, through no fault of their own, because of this ecological crisis, they will lose their houses, lose their town, and many will end up losing their health and even their lives. because of poisonous chemicals that have been spewed into the environment by industry. It's very similar to what is happening in Merrimack. However, like I said earlier, it's taken us decades to reach a tipping point instead of getting there overnight. But make no mistake, we are also losing our houses, our town, our health, and in some cases, we are losing our lives. Our culprit is PFAS chemicals released by an industrial polluter in our town. It's in our water, our soil, it's in our air when they incinerate their waste at night. Those of us with contaminated wells cannot sell our houses. Who is going to buy a house with water that makes you sick? Our pets, cats, and dogs are dying in untold numbers from cancers and kidney diseases. They are the true canaries in the coal mines. PFAS chemicals are hormone disruptors. Everything in your body is run by hormones. If you question the power of hormones, you have never had a teenage son. Absolutely everything is run by hormones, and when they are disrupted, chaos ensues. Because this has been going on so long, our residents are getting sick. We have high rates of autoimmune disease, high cholesterol, diabetes, learning disabilities, and alarming rates of cancer. I have one of those cancers that is linked to PFAS contamination. I had my blood tested, and my levels are so high that my blood is considered toxic. I had to remove parts of my body in an effort to eliminate a cancer target before my cancer could get to it. That's right. The price to live in a town that is contaminated with PFAS chemicals is to amputate parts of our bodies to try to stay ahead of the anticipated damage. My surgeon, after running several genetic tests, has stated that my cancer is most likely a result of environmental toxins. Now, I can't say for certain that PFAS gave me cancer, but when something is looking like a duck and quacking like a duck, and when your oncologist, after looking at the research, agrees, then one might say with reasonable confidence that we have a duck here. But think about what that statement about environmental toxins is really saying. An industrial polluter most likely gave me cancer because they couldn't control what they were releasing. Here's the thing about PFAS chemicals. You can't taste them, you can't smell them, you can't even see them in water. But by the time you discover they are in the water, it's too late. These are forever chemicals that are called forever because they cannot be destroyed. Once they are released into the environment, they are there for good. We have an industrial polluter in our town, but another source of PFAS chemicals is from landfills. All of the pizza boxes, burger wrappers, Glide dental floss, and even stain-resistant cloth in landfills contain PFAS chemicals. To think that a landfill would not leach is to be naive. Of course they will leach. And to place a landfill within 200 feet of a body of water is to condemn that water to future contamination with not only PFAS, but with all of the other thousands of toxic chemicals that are found in trash. A CBS article recently stated that eating a PFAS-contaminated fish is equivalent to drinking a month's worth of PFAS-contaminated water. Once again, once it's discovered in the water, it's too late for the environment and for the people who live there. They will eventually lose their homes, their community, their health, and in some cases, their lives. Now, I get it. Americans are consumers. We buy things and we throw away a lot of things. Until we can get on top of our consumerism, we're going to need landfills. No one is arguing that. But what I'm saying is that we can take care of our garbage in a reasonable and safe way. And that means not locating toxic garbage near any body of water. There's plenty of land in New Hampshire to fill with our trash, and it makes me a little sad to even say that. We must start putting the health and the welfare of people who live in New Hampshire first or over corporate greed. Our lives literally depend upon it. I urge you to support House Bill 56 and to send it OTP to the House floor. Thank you, and I'll
Thank you,
take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call Cynthia Walker. Walter, I'm sorry. Pardon me. I didn't read it right. Cynthia Walter.
Yes, I'm speaking. My paper copy And my first remarks will be regarding both bills, but I'd like to also speak to some of the specifics about 602 a little bit later this afternoon as well. So I am a retired scientist, and I'm trying to find my notes here. Oh, too many documents. I can just remember what I said. So I'm a retired biologist, and I have worked for 35 years on finding pollution and also finding solutions to pollution. So I have seen firsthand how leaching of pollutants can poison waters forever. I say in my remarks, we tracked how surface activities contaminated groundwaters and also traveled to in-stream discharges. By we, I mean the group of people that I worked with in Pennsylvania for over 20 years that included state energy experts, state agency experts, university, civil and engineering, civil and environmental engineers from universities and so forth. So when we tracked those surface activities and saw them impact both groundwaters and streams, we saw also that drinking water wells became unusable, streams were missing fish and the invertebrates they eat, and property values plummeted. This does not need to happen because of poor landfill siting. I strongly support both bills because both bills use well-established principles of hydrology to site landfills, a major source, as we know, of groundwater pollution. For example, both bills use the distance calculated, you just heard, of the 5-year groundwater travel time from landfill drainages to sensitive receptors. And I'll speak a little bit more about those sensitive receptors and protecting them when I talk later about number 602. But to make these both come together, this approach has these benefits. Predictability. All the stakeholders, all the landfill companies, current businesses, prospective businesses, residents, and municipal managers can plan their work to maintain water resource protection. When water resources are more predictable, property values are stable, and new businesses are confident to join the local economy. Also, under drinking water protection, private well waters are better protected. About half of Granite Staters rely on private wells. Municipal water managers can plan treatments for each municipal source without surprises and costly compensations. Example, my city had to spend $27 million to upgrade water treatment for industrial groundwater pollutants, but that wasn't enough. One area was leaching extremely serious contaminants, and so the company, on their dime, had to pay to install special treatments. Meanwhile, those took years to get in place, so meanwhile, the city has stopped using that well water source under those contaminated lands. This forced water restrictions for all of the city when we had a moderate drought during the last 2 years. All this water contamination and restrictions could have been avoided. Please move both bills forward, and let's let the details get worked out with the expertise of several independent hydrology experts. And then we can toast to a vigorous, safe future for New Hampshire with a good, clean glass of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walter. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I would like to call Mike Wimsatt from New Hampshire DES to come and speak and testify. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you. Oh, there's this and this. I'll give you one.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And joining me today, I have Assistant Commissioner of our department, Mark Sanborn. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding House Bill 56. As you've heard from the bill sponsor, this bill would essentially require DES to establish a site-specific setback distance for proposed new landfills from any perennial surface waters. And it provides that that setback distance shall be sufficient to keep any groundwater that's been contaminated by the landfill from reaching any nearby surface waters within a 5-year period. And the way that it goes about establishing that setback distance is to have an independent hydrogeologist do site-specific testing on the site and determine in order to estimate groundwater seepage velocity. And then using the highest seepage velocity estimated for the site, that is used to determine the 5-year setback distance. And also, the bill does provide, which I'll speak to in a moment, it provides for the establishment of project improvement allowances, and each of those can add basically to offset a 1 year of travel time distance for up to 3 years. So the sponsor did make reference to an amendment, but I have not seen that amendment, so my testimony will not address the content of the amendment. DES has several concerns with the bill, the provisions of the bill as it's been introduced. First, it's not clear to us how the 5-year travel time distance has been established as the appropriate standard. We've expressed, even going back to last year, some concern that may have an impact on whether any future landfill sites will be available in the state. We just don't know that at this point, so that's a concern that we have. Second, the provision that requires the use of the highest estimated rate is a little unclear to us how that would be implemented, but based on how we understand groundwater hydrogeologic testing to take place on sites, it seems possible to us that an individual measurement could be made in a particular area of soil on a site, and that using that particular measurement could result in erroneously identifying a setback distance that is actually much greater than would actually need. In other words, you might end up making an estimate of groundwater seepage velocity that is much faster than the actual velocity of groundwater traveling to a particular surface water. So we're a little concerned about how the bill would instruct the hydrogeologists and DES to establish that groundwater seepage velocity. And then lastly, there's not a lot of detail related to these project improvement allowances, and it's unclear to DES what specific actions or improvements are intended by that, and we think that would require further specificity. And the other thing I would say is that we are, and everyone knows that there are a number of bills in play before the legislature this year regarding this topic of landfill setbacks, particularly to surface water. The agency is monitoring a bill, Senate Bill 61, which is somewhat similar to this bill. There's some talk, as we understand it, and I think I wasn't present for it, but I understand maybe an amendment was approved this morning by the Senate committee, which would combine this Senate Bill 61 with Senate Bill 227, which is a bill that would essentially instruct DES to hire a consultant or contractor to do an independent critical evaluation of setback requirements in the existing rules and make recommendations for changes. And we believe that both of these bills could actually, particularly if they're combined, could provide a good, effective strategy for protecting surface waters and determining what appropriate landfill setbacks would be from surface waters. And I'll leave it at that and be happy to take any questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just add really quickly, again, for the record, Mark Sanborn, Assistant Commissioner, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Given this topic and how many bills there have been and how long this is going on, we've been often asked, our positions. And as the director indicated, DES believes the best path forward is the combined version of SB 61 and SB 227. Therefore, on the remaining House and any Senate bills that have been presented on this, we're not supportive of moving forward in a different direction other than SB 61 combined with 227, SB 227, and how that indicates that would have us move forward. So we think that's in the best interest of the state and in the best interest of dealing with this issue. With that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. I have a question as to, are you aware of any other states that use this 5-year travel distance measurement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm aware that the state of Maine does have some similar language. It has some, as with every state has a different sort of structure and organization to their rules, so they aren't necessarily directly comparable. But I understand that Maine does have a similar provisions in its rules.
And do you know how long they've had this provision in law for them at all?
I don't know specifically. I think it's been in law for quite some time. And I understand that there are a number of, we have had, last year, we had some conversations with our colleagues in Maine and came to understand that the way that they implement the law, I can't say I completely understand it, but it was a little different than what we were reading in this law or in this bill or in bills that were before the legislature.
In discussions with
session.
with your colleagues in Maine, have you found that they've had any problems implementing it, or haven't had any problems with it in general?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I understand that they do have a provision for providing variances to various provisions of the rules, and I don't really understand what the history is on providing those variances.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And it's to piggyback on the chairwoman's question with regard to Maine or in other states with your second listed concern about the possibility of getting seepage velocity measurement in one place, which is inaccurate. How is it done in other places? Is there, I would have assumed, but perhaps out of naivete or ignorance, that there is a procedure that would involve taking measures in numerous places in order to try to determine an average of seepage velocity, et cetera. So is there in Maine or elsewhere a standard way to attain an accurate measure?
I apologize. I don't specifically know how Maine accomplishes that. My testimony on this bill was based on the way we read the language in this bill. And to put a little bit more flesh on that concern, it would appear that a seepage velocity is something that can be determined in a relatively small area of soil. And there are published methods for making those estimates, doing field measurements and making those estimates. And of course, certainly the geology in New Hampshire is very variable. The formations are very heterogeneous. And the idea that one individual test in one area of soil would then be used to determine the path and both the pathway and the velocity of groundwater over what could be a very large distance that sees a lot of soil changes just doesn't seem sound to us as we look at it.
May I follow up?
Sure.
And would you, with reference to the Senate bills and the idea of getting a hydrogeologist to consult, I imagine this would be one of the things that you would be looking for that consultant to provide feedback on?
Sure. If you're referencing Senate Bill 227, yes, we think that part of that study should include a review of the neighboring states or the region's state rules and a critical assessment of those to determine what might be appropriate and applicable for use by New Hampshire.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You referenced the project improvement allowances in your letter, or the commissioner does. And I know you said you didn't have the amendment in front of you, but the amendment references those, including additional control technology, monitoring programs, or funding guarantees that the department believes may increase the effective safety of the project. So do you believe DES is capable of evaluating what those additional improvements might be and changing the travel time or adjusting it based on that or giving credits for that?
I have no doubt that our staff could come up with what they think are appropriate things to consider. When I compare the bill to Senate Bill 61, for example, Senate Bill 61 sets out much more specifically what those might look like. And really the nature of the comment in this letter of testimony is that the language in this bill is not very specific. And what we're really suggesting is much more specificity is helpful. Because obviously when we go to rulemaking, we do the very best we can to do an honest assessment and interpretation of the law, but to the extent that the law is a little more specific, it gives us a lot better direction.
Thank you.
And I just want to add to that point. That's at the heart of the reason we feel the combined version of 61 and 227, SB 227, is the best approach forward as the folks who are going to be asked to implement this, because it allows us to work with, we'd put out an RFP, we would have hired consultants who would have specific tasks to look at. We'd have the research we needed, the data we needed, before we go into assuming what the rulemaking should look like. And we think that's just a much more effective way of managing this issue so that we can be sure what we bring forward in rulemaking is in the best interest of all the policies impacting the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, so, under your current permitting requirements for landfills and for landfill expansions, do you require any hydrogeological assessments of groundwater velocity or seepage velocity?
Certainly, for any proposed expansion or newly sited landfill, there is a detailed hydrogeological study that is required, and that would. I don't know if groundwater seepage velocity. I don't know whether it is specifically listed in the rules, but the rules do require a collection of a lot of detailed information regarding hydrogeology and the kinds of hydrogeologic parameters and characteristics that would be measured and evaluated would lead you to being able to determine that.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Would those procedures provide a better model for the measurement than this bill does?
I'm not sure how to answer that because the current rules don't envision calculating a travel time distance from the landfill footprint to a surface water, at least not specifically. So to the extent that a future paradigm for these rules includes calculating a travel time distance, there may well need to be some additional instruction or direction provided for that.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Yeah, so what is the purpose of the current seepage assessments that you do?
The overall purpose is to understand the site in a detailed way in terms of its hydrogeology, its stratigraphy, and how groundwater, both from a surface water and a groundwater drainage standpoint, but also contaminant transport. A lot of it is about making sure that a effective and protective groundwater monitoring network can be established around the site. And in order to do that, you need to have an understanding of what the subsurface environment looks like. So you want to understand what the stratigraphy is, what the layering and deposits of sand and gravel and clay and silt might be, because that helps instruct you on how on being able to demonstrate that you can effectively monitor potential releases from the site, and then how to actually construct and install that monitoring network.
Follow-up?
One more follow-up. Yeah.
And is the goal of that monitoring network to make sure that there is nothing going into the groundwater at that site, or is it in terms of making sure that nothing travels away from the site, or is it both?
I think it's probably both. What we're trying to do with any landfill, and we start with the design of the landfill to ensure that leachate from the landfill is collected effectively and stored and processed properly, and that any leachate that the landfill generates is collected by, in the first instance, the primary liner, or failing that, the secondary liner, And so the monitoring, the groundwater monitoring that we do around a landfill, basically there's a requirement to understand what the current conditions are prior to construction of the landfill cell in terms of how groundwater flows, but also what the quality of the groundwater is, so the geochemical parameters of the groundwater. And then when you go into monitor, you're required to do periodic monitoring under your groundwater release detection permit for a landfill. And then whenever you go concentrations of any contaminants or geochemical parameters go above the established background, that launches the applicant and the holder of the permit into more intensive monitoring to determine, you know, what the trend is, and to determine whether been a release from the landfill. And then if there's been a release from the landfill, there's a requirement to go into active remedial steps to stop that release and contain it.
Thank you.
I have a question to piggyback on that as well as your answer. So with what you've just described, how would you do that within a current 200-foot setback?
Well, what I think a lot of people don't understand is that we have Sentry monitoring wells immediately adjacent to the landfill liner. So basically, if you were to look at a footprint of a landfill, immediately adjacent to that, often within 50 feet of that, there are monitoring wells that are monitored to determine groundwater quality immediately adjacent and outside of the liner. So those, and we sometimes do see detections of contaminants that cause us concern. We've not seen them as a result of liner leaks. What we've seen is that in some cases, surface water runoff from the landfill may, because of a mistake or an error, may contact waste and contribute some contaminants to the groundwater, or in some cases the surface water runoff that goes into discharge basins, surface water infiltration basins around the landfill. And the good news is that we see those results very, very quickly. And there are some examples where we've identified that and then required immediately the landfill operator to investigate. They find out where the mistake has been made or where the problem is occurring. They fix it, and then we see the groundwater restored to meet groundwater quality, that the pre-existing groundwater quality. In many cases, what we've observed isn't even above a drinking water standard. It's just above what we saw in the background groundwater. And so we see it early enough to then go and require corrective measures. And then we continue to monitor as that groundwater quality is restored to the background quality.
And do you have an idea of how long those corrective measures take to implement?
Well, I think it really depends on the circumstance. In many cases, the actual corrective measure doesn't take very long. It's the time taken to figure out what's going on. So in some cases, we may have several months or a few quarters of monitoring before we actually get to the bottom of the problem and then implement some kind of a solution.
Okay, thank you. Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know about when the 200-foot setback was enacted, and when was the last time standards around landfall sightings were changed or updated?
I'm sorry, could you state the second part of your question again?
I'm just sort of curious as to the history of regulations around landfill siting. So you have a 200-foot setback currently, right?
Right.
How long has that been in existence? And is that the last time that laws around landfill siting were updated?
I think I don't know how long that 200-foot setback has been there. I know it's been there for quite some time. It's many years, I believe, but I don't know how many. I don't believe we've had. We did do a rulemaking back in, I think, around 2014, where there were some setback requirements, but I don't believe they were related to surface water. I think they were related to roads and residences and private property and that sort of thing.
Representative Bixby.
So, do you think that 200-foot setback is appropriate, or do you think it needs to be revisited?
Well, I'm to be really candid. I'm anxious to see. we are hopeful that the study that's envisioned by Senate Bill 227 will be implemented, and I'm anxious to hear what a third-party expert has to say about these setbacks. Important to understand that in practice, that setback has typically really only been applied to wetland and very minor surface water features. I don't think we have. I'm really not aware that we have any landfill footprints that are just at 200, just at that setback, 200 feet from a particular surface water. So it's what I will tell you is that we don't have examples of perennial surface waters being impacted above surface water quality standards by contaminants from the currently operating landfills.
Thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want a point of clarification. Mr. Wamsat, did you say that based on this bill, you would find it hard to maybe cite any landfills in the state?
No, I think, thank you for the question, Representative. I think what I said was that it's not clear to us if you were to implement this bill as introduced, whether what that would mean for future landfill siting in the state. We're not sure that, given the way that New Hampshire geology is and the way that the occurrence of surface waters in the state, it's unclear to us what sites might meet the criteria that are set out in this bill.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is because we've been given a map based on only 1/7 of New Hampshire is excluded by the 5-year groundwater system. And the source was New Hampshire DES 2011.
Yes,
So I mean, there's some kind of a conflicting thing. So if
There
you could-
certainly is. I'm familiar with that map. I can tell you that the gentleman at DES who made that map was very dismayed to see how it was being used with respect to a bill last year and this year. That, as I understand it, is a stratified drift aquifer map. It does not purport to identify areas where a 5-year travel time distance would exist. The reality is that is so site specific. We don't have anywhere near the information we would need to make a map like that. So that map is really being misused and it's misleading people.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is, not having seen Senate Bill 227, what is the timeline on that bill in terms of a report back?
My understanding, well, I think there's been an amendment that combined that bill with Senate Bill 61. I've not had a chance to sit down and read that amendment. I think the original version of Senate Bill 227 puts it at about completing the study on the order of, well, in time to do rulemaking within 2 years. That's my understanding.
Thank you. May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And in general, how long does it take to site a landfill, right? So the legislation refers to any proposed new landfill. So roughly from the time that, a company were to propose siting a landfill and the time that permission is granted, roughly how long does that take?
Sure, that's a tough question to answer. If you just look at the law, you would conclude that basically an application comes in, and if everything's perfect, we approve it. We find the application complete within 60 days, and then we render a decision within 120 days. In practice, for such a big undertaking as proposing and siting a newly sited greenfields landfill, the chances of that application being complete upon first submittal are slim. Not because applicants do a poor job of submitting, but there's just a lot that you have to provide. So we would do a review and determine what things were missing, and then we would ask for those new information to be provided, and then that would come in, and then the clock starts over again. In practice, it's probably a 2-year process. It
I
could be more.
appreciate.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I am going to warn you that we should not be discussing Senate bills, especially we don't have anything in front of us about it. So I would like to suspend any discussion about that Senate bills that were considered or voted on, please. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. I would like to bring up Sebastian Fuentes, who is from Woodlands Road, and ask for 1 minute to speak. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony today. My full-time job is a movement politics director for Rights and Democracy of New Hampshire. I don't think I put it on the sheet, but I'm also a resident of the North Country for the last 22 years. When I moved to New Hampshire 21 years ago, I went straight to the North Country because it's a beautiful area. We have amazing rivers, the parks, all the activities that you can do there. And the reason why I'm here is because we know about this project that is happening, or this plan to be happening in the North Country, which is the Casella Waste landfill in the Dalton-Whitefield area near Forest Lake. Now, while living in the North Country, I also performed a job in the hospitality industry. I worked for two of the Grand Hotels of New Hampshire, which is the Mountain View Grand in Whitefield and the Omnima Washington in Bretton Woods. So while doing that job, many times guests will ask me, where can we go to enjoy the White Mountains, the rivers, and the lakes and everything. I always send them to the Forest Lake area. I always send them to the Amanuzik River or the Pemi River or the Connecticut River for fishing, any other activities. I'm really concerned as a resident of the North Country about what this project might happen. So that's what I'm here to ask you, the committee, to support HB 56, because I think that's the reasonable thing to do. And also I keep thinking about how can we think about placing a landfill, another one, because we already have one in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, in the middle of the White Mountains of New Hampshire, which is one of our prime touristic attractions, especially for the folks that work and thrive from the hospitality industry in the North Country. So I'm giving my testimony as a resident, and I'm giving my testimony as a former hospitality manager that I witnessed that. If you go to Whitefield and you stay at the Mountain View Grand and you sit on the front porch, you see the area of Forest Lake. What are those people going to tell future guests when they tell them that that mound overlooking at the veranda where they're enjoying their meals and their drinks is actually a landfill mound? So that's my concern. That's what I'm bringing to you today, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank you.
I would like to call up someone named Nikki. I'm sorry I can't decipher your last name. If you would please give your name and spell it, I'd appreciate it.
So I should apologize for my handwriting. I'm Nikki Delude Roy, Delude Roy. I'm a registered professional geologist in the state of New Hampshire, and I work for a company called Verdantis. We are an environmental consulting and engineering firm with an office here in Manchester, New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. As a registered professional geologist in the state, I have worked with the existing New Hampshire DES solid waste regulations regularly throughout my career. I've been in the business for about 20, maybe 25 years, if I were honest. I wanted to just kind of point out a couple of things. My written testimony goes into greater detail, but I did want to cite that existing regulation ENV SW 80402 provides, and I quote, "A landfill and all associated leachate storage units shall be located only in areas where groundwater monitoring for release detection, characterization, and remediation can be conducted prior to a release having an adverse effect on water supply." Along with the remainder of ENV SW 804, these existing regulations require an evaluation of a site's proposed hydrogeologic conditions, such that an applicant would need to demonstrate that they could detect, characterize, and remediate an impact prior to having that adverse impact on a sensitive receptor. To be able to do that, applicants tend to hire geologists like myself to complete an investigation on the property. These investigations are thorough and, quite frankly, as Director Wimsatt referenced earlier, are a representation of a wide number of investigation, sampling, and analysis across the site. And those analyses support a robust understanding of what is, especially in the state of New Hampshire, always a very complex site hydrogeology and geology. One of the biggest challenges with House Bill 56 is the reference to the maximum seepage velocity being the highest rate estimated for any test site in the disposal area. This requirement is arbitrary and it does not reflect the standard geologic and hydrogeologic practices or real field conditions. Under real conditions, groundwater flow does not follow a single highest value velocity in the subsurface. There are always outliers in our data. An area of gravel where there's a high velocity represented by one single measurement, or conversely, an area of very low permeability where that single measurement is very low and an outlier on the opposite end. Use and consideration of a single highest measurement is not representative of those real field conditions. Rather, our thorough investigations of data generally look at averages across a site and work from there. HB 56 superficially appears to be more protective, but is actually arbitrary and technically unjustified, and it doesn't take into account important scientific analyses that are typically completed, nor does it require or encourage a real thorough analysis of site-specific hydrogeologic data. In addition, the 5-year travel time consideration included in HB 56 is also arbitrary and without scientific or technical justification, and it's far more conservative than is likely necessary at many sites. Under existing New Hampshire regulations, the minimum setback is 200 feet. And I just want to say that one more time. It is not a setback of 200 feet. It is a minimum setback. Again, the requirement for that setback really ties back to, can a applicant monitor groundwater so that you could detect, remediate any impact in time to prevent an adverse reaction or an adverse impact. Establishing an arbitrary time of travel requirement based on a single maximum measurement at a site is not protective. It's just technically unjustified and unscientific. So for those reasons, I urge the committee not to support HB 56. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Bixby, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
So you said that the 200 is the minimum and that it would be increased depending on the conditions and to make it possible to remediate. What is the time required for remediation, and how's that built into the actual setback that's established?
That's a great question. So, to Director Wimsatt's reference earlier, it depends on the issue at hand, right? And so some issues are much more readily remediated, and so that time of travel could be very short. But for a typical sort of worst case scenario, there's lots of technology available for implementation and remediation. We do, for example, pump and treat systems that can make a big difference in a relatively short amount of time, and on the order of a year, or certainly in the order of quarters, if it's something easier to remediate and address upfront.
Follow up?
And do you know what the frequency of modern monitoring is? So how much time passes between each monitoring measurement?
Typically, it's quarterly, but it really depends on the provisions of the permit that's granted through the DES.
One more?
And if the rate of groundwater flow were very rapid from a site, would that be taken into account in the process of saying what the setback would be?
In addition to the setback, also in what the monitoring well network would look like. And again, that's a discussion between the applicant and DES, and basically DES is able to establish a monitoring network that reflects the actual field conditions.
Thank you.
So I have a question. In your testimony, you said the 5-year time of travel consideration included in HB 56 is arbitrary and without scientific or technical justification and is far more conservative than is necessary. So if it would not be a 5-year time of travel, what time of travel would you find as being not arbitrary?
So one that really reflects site conditions. So I think the trying to select a certain number of years, right? And I think, for example, Maine's regulations actually reference 6 years. This is 5 years. You know, there's no magic number to how many years you would need. What you need is a robust monitoring network that is able to be responsive. You need a robust monitoring schedule so that you can see if there's an issue coming and give the applicant and the operator of the landfill time to work with DES and address any impact that might be there. Again, to reiterate something Director Wimsatt said, you know, typically it is not leaching from a landfill that's an issue. It's more of a surficial. There was some sort of stormwater or surface water impact to a monitoring location, and those are easier to address and identify in a much shorter time period.
Thank you. Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify today. I was just curious if the New Hampshire Board of Professional Geologists considered taking a position on this bill.
So my honest response is we meet relatively irregularly, and so I have not brought that up to the board at all. So I don't know the answer, and I'm certainly not here in that capacity today.
Representative Creighton.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I just wanted to see if I understood what you said with regard to monitoring. So you put the test well in, water's flowing through it, you detect bad stuff going through it. But at that point in time, the landfill's already existent. So what would the remediation be if the landfill was already existent? So
Sure.
it triggers whatever the level is that it would trigger. And then now you go back to the people and you say, well, it triggered it, so remediate. Well,
Yeah.
how do you remediate if the landfill's already there?
Well, there are lots of, that's a great question, but there are lots of options that we have at our disposal. We often remediate impacts from, say, a leaking underground storage tank, for example, right? And we use those monitoring wells to identify that there is a leak from that. You can do pump and treat systems. There are sort of chemical additions to the ground that you can add that help the natural biota break down a contaminant in the groundwater, sort of in situ. So there's lots of remedial technologies that are available should there ever be impacts identified.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Germana.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question, kind of piggyback on Representative Creighton's question. And so that if an existing landfill, triggers that mechanism and some of the remediation efforts are put into place, is there then, is there a longer range plan for a landfill that triggers that type of treatment? So for example, more frequent treatments or more frequent testing to make sure that the problem isn't recurring. So in other words, is part of the remediation plan, could you explain the remediation plan and how it might play out over a period of years of retesting, et cetera?
Certainly. I think it's probably a great question for DES representative to answer more directly, but I could imagine that if I were sitting at DES, that one of the first things I would require was additional monitoring, either additional analytical requirements or more frequent testing in response to an issue that might have been identified. But that would really be driven by DES, right? They're the regulators.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for
Thank
coming
you.
and testifying today. I'd like to call Erica Perez, and you've requested 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erica Perez. I'm representing New Hampshire Youth Movement, and today I'm representing Alexa Newton, who couldn't be here today. Her testimony reads, Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alexa Newton, and I am testifying today in support of HB 56. I was born and raised in Littleton, New Hampshire, and I'm currently working to obtain my associate's degree in environmental science. Recently, I completed my final capstone student-led project, and it was for my attention focus on Casella Waste Systems Corporation and the new landfill site they have been working to get approved to build in Dalton, New Hampshire. Many regulations are already in place when siting a new landfill, such as the current 200-foot buffer from the bodies of water and monitoring the groundwater. But we need legislation that would give communities more time to monitor groundwater for when it could become contaminated by a landfill. Contamination from landfills is inevitable, no matter how many levels of liner are placed in the ground. Even if it takes 100 years for it to start leaking, the well-being of the environment and the future generations should always be taken into account when the state considers permits for proposed landfills. New contaminations of water bodies from landfills are still being discovered, such as the presence of PFAS, which was found to have leaked into the groundwater from the Bethlehem landfill NCES site, owned and operated by Casella. The effects of PFAS on humans and the environment are still unknown, as it is still a recent discovery, but this is just one example of how these chemicals have traveled through the groundwater at this highly monitored landfill. There is no question that if the landfill proposal in Dalton is approved, the groundwater would become contaminated and affect the wildlife of Forest Lake State Park, the pristine and clean water of Forest Lake, and the residents who live near the area. The contaminated groundwater would also affect my family and I, as we have a family lake house on Forest Lake and have for multiple generations. When I think of how contaminated water would impact the lake, wildlife, and people, I know this is not the kind of future I would wish anyone to have to deal with just for the sake of dumping our trash someplace. HB 56 would not make it impossible to site a new landfill in New Hampshire if it is needed, nor would it make it impossible for current landfills to expand. But it would mitigate the risk posed to our lakes and rivers. Taking present and future groundwater flow and contamination into account is just as important as any regulation when siting a new landfill anywhere. As a concerned resident of New Hampshire, I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 56 for the future sake of New Hampshire's groundwaters. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. I would like to now call Dr. Adam Finkel to come and testify. You've requested 5 minutes.
Thank you. I will definitely try to be briefer than that. I appreciate having that much time if need be. Thanks for the opportunity to explain why this third annual version of a fix for the archaic and dangerous 200-foot setback between landfills and vulnerable surface waters is the best version yet and should be enacted. I've heard every conceivable objection to fixing this simple problem, and I'd be glad as time permits to answer any questions about why every one of these objections is untrue, desperate, and unworthy of your attention. I just want to make clear I'm a supporter of safe and sane landfill operations. There was, I believe, only one person who testified at the December 2021 hearing on the Mount Carberry expansion. You're looking at him, and I testified in favor of that expansion because that site is hydrogeologically sensibly sited. So I'll just give a few assertions. I don't like to make assertions as a scientist, but I'll be happy to take questions for what HB 56 is and what it is not. It is the way that the federal EPA and many, many U.S. states have sited new landfills for decades. Any one-size-fits-all setback based on distance ignores the simplest, most basic fact here. Contaminated groundwater can flow as slowly as 20 feet per year in good clay soil and solid bedrock, or as rapidly as 20 feet per day in sand and gravel and fractured bedrock. Why on earth, literally, why on earth would anyone want to site a landfill in the wrong place when there are so many places that can be sited safely? Now, Director Wimsatt took a shot at the map that we put together, which I handed out to you. It is accurate. It is DES's own data. It does not say that the green areas are all suitable and the red areas are all unsuitable. There'll be places in the red area where it's bad soil but far from water. There'll be places in the green area where it's good soil but too close to water. But on average, about 86% of our state is good clay soil or solid bedrock. So the idea that this will make landfilling impossible is bizarre. It will make landfilling ever so slightly harder for those people who want to dig in a sand pit next to a lake, which is a crazy idea to begin with. So those people will have to look a little harder, but it is not capable of changing the supply and demand for landfills. The analogy I like to use is every public swimming pool in the country now has a little sign that says, "Don't dive in the shallow end." That doesn't change the supply and demand and the enjoyment that people get from swimming and diving. It says, move 20 feet and don't break your neck. It doesn't change the price or the quantity. Secondly, this is modeled on the experience of states that have thriving landfill industries and safe siting. I understand from people in Maine and from the people in the industry I talk to who operate in Maine that it's 25 years now that they've had stricter guidelines than HB 56 would have, and their landfill industry is thriving. The operators know that they simply have to ignore or avoid the very, very worst possible sites. Third, it's proactive. All landfills will leak. That's not just an old mantra, it's a new mantra. I handed out a one-pager with recent peer-reviewed literature that says that the old mantra that they will leak is still true today. There are new landfills leaking, and there are new landfills that have not leaked yet because they're new. And I'm not sure how lay people understand how massive the amounts of contaminated leachate that form because of the inherent materials and the rainfall. So I live on Forest Lake. It's about 1 mile in diameter. Depending on how much rainfall is infiltrating over the lifetime of a landfill that could be sited there, enough leachate to completely fill the basin of that lake between 2 and 7 times over. If you want to talk about a bigger lake, it's 4 inches of leachate on top of the entire surface of Lake Winnipesaukee. These are billions of gallons. And to put it next to a river or lake is, to use a technical term, nuts. The bill is responsive to industry requests last year to add these technological offsets to give them extra travel time based on the Maine system. If someone wants to put the table of offsets from Maine right into a bill, that's not up for me to say. If DES wants to develop its own rule for offsets, that's fine too. It absolutely exempts existing landfills that wish to expand. I appreciate, I hope we'll hear later today from Waste Management Incorporated, who had real concerns with last year's bill, and I appreciate Representative Murray working with them to craft language that absolutely makes 110% clear this does not apply to Turnkey, it does not apply to Mount Carberry, etc. It is appropriately precautionary. Many, many environmental standards, that's my business for 40 years, protect against the reasonable worst case, especially when companies have every incentive to collect data in ways designed never to reveal worst case conditions. It's very odd to me that Mr. Wimsatt would say that the maximum measured value is, quote, erroneous. It is not erroneous, it is precautionary. Now, we can argue whether it's too precautionary, but what really troubled me last year, right before the override vote, the people at the Mount Carberry landfill said the same thing in a letter to the governor. It's erroneous to use the maximum value. Well, I found that more than ironic because the Mount Carberry application, both in its initial form 25 plus years ago and its expansion request a few years ago, uses exactly that formula. They are very proud of being 150 years away from the Androscoggin using the single maximum measured value. If you let the company average, they will keep collecting data until their average goes down to where they want it to be. So that's a good debate to have, but don't you dare call it erroneous. It is not erroneous, it is precautionary, and it's appropriate. And finally, this bill is overwhelmingly popular. As you know, 80% of your colleagues voted for last year's bill. What is it not? It's not arbitrary. Yeah, it could be 6 years like Maine, it's 5 years. But realistically, 5 years is really not enough time. New Jersey uses 12 years. It takes a long time to find, map, and then fix, God willing, if it can be fixed, a plume that is approaching surface water. So I'd prefer it be 6 or 12, but 5 is, it's a speed limit. 56 miles an hour, 54 miles an hour, we settle on 55 on the interstate system. And as I said, it is not capable of raising prices, cutting supply, or killing jobs. I wrote a book on does regulation kill jobs? The answer is generally no. It creates jobs in roughly equal proportion, but you can't harm the economy by making it ever so slightly harder to find a good site. There will be another landfill sited in this state. We don't need one for 20 plus years, but when we do, we hope it will be sited in an appropriate place. And frankly, this bill doesn't touch distance, but it would be nice if the next landfill is not 150 extra truck miles away from the sources of generation, adding more and more CO2 to the air. So I just have a few more sentences here. This bill is about 600 words long, but all it really says is when New Hampshire needs a new landfill in 20 years or more, it can be put anywhere except in hyperporous soil next to a lake or river. Under the current 200-foot setback and at the speed of groundwater flow that our applicant in Dalton has already measured itself, a plume of toxic PFAS-laden leachate could reach a water body in 13 days, after which it could never be restored without vast expense. But DES requires monitoring only every, Mr. Roy said 3 months. I've seen 6 to 12-month frequencies, but it's way more than 13 days. I hate the term common sense legislation because everybody's idea of what's common sense and what's common and what's sense varies. But in this case where the problem is so obvious, the solution is so easy, I cannot accept anyone claiming that the status quo makes sense or that it shouldn't be fixed before we make a mistake that will reverberate in this state for the next century. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. I take it from your testimony that you don't believe that current rules are as robust as DES makes them out to be. Could you tell us why you think that the current rules are not adequate?
So please understand this is a difficult question for me personally because I've been a bureaucrat for most of my life. I'm incredibly enthusiastic supporter of the bureaucracy. But in this case, the rules are farcical, okay? DES has 44 pages of siting rules, and many of them are very good. But they deal with design, operation, post-closure. The siting part is 1.5 pages. It's 30 years old, and it's vague, and it's archaic. No offense, I made mistakes when I was in the federal bureaucracy, but DES didn't even realize that for 23 years, the federal Congress told them to update their setback between airports and landfills. The Congress passed a law in 2000, the Wendell Ford Act, that said you have to be 6 miles from an airport. Their rules still say 10,000 feet. They're just not able to keep up with changing law and changing technology. And we learned in the Concord Monitor a couple weeks ago, I was amazed. I used to work for an agency that had OSHA. We had 6 inspectors for the state of Montana, literally on the road 24/7 looking for to respond to problems. DES has 1 person examining and inspecting the landfills, recycling centers, transfer stations in the state. So no matter how good the rules are, and they're not good, there's not enough money to enforce them. So I hate to say it that way, but it's a softball question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Oh, Representative Bixby.
One of the issues that's come up, right? One of the issues that's sort of emerging in terms of landfills is the amount of PFAS in leachate, and I was wondering if that needs some further level of protection than what might have been required in the past.
Well, sure it does, and it's a terribly vexing problem because I have real sympathy for the landfill industry. Their trade association, SWANA, put out a letter to Congress a few months ago. They are going to be asking for legislation that would give relief to landfills for downstream PFAS contamination because it is ubiquitous. It is something that we as consumers have asked for over many decades. But that doesn't change the fact that these landfills are laden with consumer products that contain PFAS. And yes, we need much more stringent monitoring for those chemicals, more frequent. But again, the best solution is not to cite improperly so that we're having to deal with 13 days or 3 months or 4.9 years of time to find and fix.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So you also mentioned earlier that there is the amount of leachate that is in landfills because of the rainwater deposition, et cetera, is enormous. And I'm wondering, how is that, they must have some method for removing it. How is that removed, and what safeguards are there for making sure it doesn't get out of hand, and what's the backup if it does spill or something?
Well, so it's two different issues. One is underground failure. Now, the expected operation, as you know, is that leachate collects between the liners, and it's constantly being pumped out and trucked, sometimes many hundreds of miles to a place where it can be treated. That's the expected operation, and that will have to go on for decades after the landfill is closed because of the continuing production of leachate from the waste. But as you say, there are also surface spills like the one we had in Bethlehem last 2 years ago, and then there are failures. So the peer-reviewed literature I handed out on the one-pager says that the geosynthetic plastic liners crack. They crack upon installation, and they crack in the ground later. And also the compacted clay layers that are often trucked in from off-site crack. So there needs to be a second level of monitoring, much deeper than anybody has monitored before. But again, this is it's called a bathtub. It's a constant outflow which needs to be gathered and treated. And I think there's no way to avoid that. It's a question of where do you put them so that the material can be pumped off and treated and not get in the environment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your
Thanks very much.
testimony. Appreciate it. I'd like to call Nancy Morrison, who's requested 2 minutes.
Good day. I'm Nancy Morrison, but I'm here today to read a statement from Haley Jones, who took ill last night and is not able to be here today to give testimony. So I'm here to read it for her.
Do you have it written to hand out to the committee?
I do not.
Okay,
I have
thank
it
you.
written in my own illegible handwriting, but I have shortened it because of respect for your time today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes. So thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the House Committee on Environment and Agriculture. My name is Haley Jones, and I am the Vermont and New Hampshire State Director with Slingshot, where we work alongside communities most impacted by environmental threats to take aim at polluters and build community power. Statewide and regionally, we bring community groups together to advocate for broader change to make sure no community has to suffer a same problem again. I am here today, along with community leaders from across the state, to testify in support of House Bill 56, a bill that sets proven science-based landfill setbacks to protect our water bodies, recreation areas, and human health. Many others will speak to the economic and environmental benefits of this bill, so today my testimony will focus on public health ramifications. We know, as you've heard today, that all landfills leak, discharging leachate into the surrounding soils where this garbage juice can travel with concerning speed. When landfills are sited on porous or otherwise unsuitable terrain, the dangerous leachate can contaminate community water sources before regulatory agencies have a chance to respond. What are the consequences of this contamination? After seeping through piles of waste, leachate is carrying lead, arsenic, heavy metals, and toxic forever chemicals like PFAS, all of which present serious public health concerns. PFAS alone are associated with cancers, reproductive disorders, serious developmental problems, so it's clear that we need to prevent their spread whenever possible. instituting landfill setbacks based on the 5-year distance of travel estimates is a simple, science-based way to minimize this potentially devastating landfill problem. New Hampshire has learned the hard way with PFAS and other industry toxins that the best approach to prevent harmful pollution is to act before it happens. Passing common sense legislation like House Bill 56 while funding waste reduction programs and decentralizing local waste management will ensure a livable, healthy, and sustainable future for New Hampshire. Thank you so much for your time, and I encourage you to vote ought to pass on this critical and time-sensitive piece of legislation. Sincerely, Haley Jones, New Hampshire State Director for Slingshot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And I call Wayne Morrison. And please, if you've heard something already that is in your testimony, please skip it, because we've heard it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You're getting a double dose of the Morrison family, so I hope you'll survive the two of us.
Both delightful.
Circling around, there's two pieces of testimony I'm giving to you. One of them is from a licensed hydrogeologist by the name of Muriel Robinette. Muriel couldn't be here today, but she has testified in the past on similar bills. She is an independent hydrogeologist with over 40 years of experience in New Hampshire and has also spent significant amount of time in Maine. And I share this with you because there are differences of the opinion that you heard facts earlier today. Muriel strongly suggests, supports this bill and the key elements that were described here a few minutes earlier. So I'm not going to speak to this, but I wanted you to have her testimony, and Muriel would certainly be available for any follow-up later. I would also start by saying you've heard a lot today about remediation, and I think that's a really important point. But a lot of what House Bill 56 is all about is really prevention and protection. I'm going to spend a little bit of my time talking about both of those items. So for the record, my name is Wayne Morrison, and I serve as president of North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. If you haven't heard of NCABC, we are a collection of local residents who have banded together with the expressed focus to try and promote both environmental and economic best interests of New Hampshire's North Country. Over the past few years, NCABC has been very active in promoting legislation that would assist the Department of Environmental Services in updating its siting regulations for new solid waste landfill facilities. We believe, just as Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, and other New England states have done, that our current arbitrary one-size-fits-all 200-foot setback regulation is inadequate, unprotective, and in fact dangerous. New Hampshire enacted the current 200-foot setback requirement between landfills and perennial bodies of water over 30 years ago. A lot has changed since 1991. Yet despite advances in technology and science and our growing understanding of the increased health, safety, and environmental risks involved, our setback criteria for siting new landfills has remained unchanged. In 1991, no one knew about the dangers of PFAS and many other toxic chemicals now found in landfill leachate. But today we do. We can't go back in time, but we can take decisive action now to protect New Hampshire's future. Now, in fact, is the perfect time to get this right. There are currently no applications for new landfill developments sitting before DES. And the Solid Waste Biennial Report published in November of 2022 concludes that there is sufficient landfill capacity through at least 2034, and in all likelihood, well beyond. House Bill 56 ensures that the next new landfill development in New Hampshire, whenever that becomes necessary, will be sited safely and with the best science, information, and technology we now have available. House Bill 56 ensures site-specific criteria and requires no testing that applicants don't already do. This bill doesn't ban new landfills, doesn't restrict how many landfills we ultimately have. It provides language making it crystal clear that it doesn't apply to existing landfills or expansions of existing landfills. House Bill 56 provides the state of New Hampshire with the opportunity to ensure the siting of new landfills is science-based and provides real protection for some of the most valuable and irreplaceable resources we have. We don't need additional studies and commissions to know what we have to do. All we need to do is look around to our neighboring states to realize that what we currently have is woefully inadequate. Let us not forget that despite the latest technology available and the best intentioned landfill operators, accidents occur, leachate spills, people make mistakes, switches and valves fail, doubled line materials deteriorate, and leaks inevitably happen. When they do, the only thing protecting our rivers, lakes, wetlands, and drinking water supplies from a landfill's toxic leachate chemicals is the setback distance regulation you have before you today. The next new landfill will have generational impacts on our state and local communities, and we owe it to the people of New Hampshire to make sure we get it right. I ask this committee to act now and enthusiastically support House Bill 56. I have no idea what is going to happen in the Senate and which bill is going to pass. I do know that before you today is an act that we can take that will significantly improve the protections that our current regulations don't provide. I applaud DES and the effort to go and study this subject in more detail. I encourage them to take whatever time is necessary to get it right. But we know today that 200 feet is miserably inadequate, and we should fix that now while other work goes on. There is no reason not to go forward with this House Bill 56. It will immediately make New Hampshire's environment safer, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. I'd like to call Dana Newt, and you've requested 2 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Dana Newt. I'm from Sandmerton. Proud to say we now have more people than cows there. Long time coming. I'm here representing business. I have a business here in Concord, Resilient Buildings Group, excuse me. And our mission is for clean energy, clean air, and clean water. Excuse me. And I'll take any questions, but I want to disclose I'm a member of the NCABC now, and representing business, I think they need to expand. So I'd be glad to take any questions, but I'm for both 56 and 602.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
Yes, so we've heard a lot of health perspectives and environmental perspectives. What is your particular business perspective on this being a good bill, or these bills being good?
Again, we're a major in clean energy, but also clean air and clean water. And I feel that this is a very important bill for any waterway in New Hampshire. Again, to build within 200 feet, it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Newt.
Thank you.
And I'll call Henry Vayu, from Waste Management. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Veyu, and I'm here on behalf of Waste Management. Waste Management owns and operates the Turnkey landfill in Rochester. In the past, we've had this committee to the landfill for a tour. We'd be happy to do something similar at your leisure and your schedule as it permits. But I'm just here to address the issue of this bill and this issue and whether it applies to expansions of landfills. In last year's bill, there was some language that I think the sponsors intended to exempt and not have the bill apply to expansions of landfills. But the way it was worded and the terms that it used and the words in the existing DES rules made it somewhat ambiguous. And so we, at the end of the session last year, had urged the governor to veto the bill for that reason. I have seen language that I think went into the Office of Legislative Services for the amendment that I believe that is before you. I don't have the amendment before me, but
I have a copy of the amendment in front of me.
oh, I think they're all gone.
But it says there is a paragraph here that says nothing in this paragraph shall be construed to prohibit the expansion or modification of any landfill facilities on any site on which, as of December 1st, 2022, a RCRA Subtitle D landfill exists that has been fully permitted and that is actively accepting waste. So I believe, Representative Murray, that this does not apply to existing landfills? You know, it's fine. I'm just directing the question to you.
Yes, I mean, that's what the.
Yeah, that's what the amendment is. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And I would just state that we would feel this clarifies it a lot better than last year's language, and we'd feel more comfortable with the language that is provided in the amendment.
Thank you.
That makes it clear that it wouldn't apply to expansions of landfills.
Okay, thank you. Any other testimony you'd like to give?
That is it.
Okay. Members of the committee, any questions? Representative Bixby.
So, as a business, as someone in the waste management business or representing some that do you feel that it makes sense to have substantial setbacks between newly created landfills and surface water bodies?
So our landfill has been in operation for decades. It has, as Director Wimsatt described, a very, we think, adequate monitoring system around. It's a lined landfill, state-of-the-art landfill. It has the monitoring wells to, we think, determine whether there needs to be any action taken. There has never been any issue that has caused alarm. So we think, we're operating under what is sufficient. You're asking about, permitting of new landfills, and do we need different rules going forward? I'm not prepared to address that whole issue today. I don't have the technical expertise to, but I just wanted to get on the record that as far as, the concern that we had last year about the ambiguity with regards to the language on the expansions, that this seems to make it much clearer. That's all.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So I read somewhere that that Waste Management is doing pre-treatment of leachate for PFAS before it leaves the site. Is that something that you think should be more commonly done?
I'd be happy to have someone come in to talk to the committee about it. Again,
Okay. Oh, not in your pay grade?
not on my pay grade.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question as to, are there any specific materials that you turn away from your landfill that you won't accept?
Well, there's a list of materials in the statute that are banned: yard waste, hazardous materials. The statute does provide some direction on what can it, certain batteries. There are things enumerated in the statute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit curious about how far, what is the furthest distance that the garbage trucks come from to put waste in your landfill?
It's a regional solid waste market. There obviously is some out-of-state waste that comes in. I don't know from exactly how far, the farthest point that one comes, but it's something that communities all over have to take into consideration in terms of the cost. It usually comes down to the cost. And so for some places far away, it's the trucking cost and how much it costs to transport it the distance, and what is available in their state, and what's the tipping fee in their state for their landfill site. So it does vary. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Can I ask a quick follow-up?
Follow-up, sure.
So someone asserted earlier that we have adequate landfill capacity now. Would you agree with that?
So the Turkey landfill has capacity till I think it's June of 2034. Now, to get something permitted is not something overnight. It takes a long time to get the application, to get all the testing done, to prove to the department that they should provide the permit. So you obviously need some lead time. Waste Management has more land that they own that I'm sure at some point in time they're going to be asking for a permit to expand to those other areas. So there is potential at the Turnkey landfill in Rochester to have it go beyond 2034. But if we didn't get another permit to expand, we'd be shutting down June of 2034.
Representative Bixby.
So just to a little bit more clarity on the permitting process, is it correct that permits are typically issued for something like 10 to 15 years or maybe 20 years? I don't remember the exact number, and that there's a constant process of renewal of the permits. So you would never get a permit forever. You have to renew those over a period of time, and if you have the capacity, it is generally within at least what we've seen previously with your landfill and other ones, that those permits are granted if there's no significant impediment.
I know the current permit that we have, there's a depletion schedule. So the company can't just fill it up in year 1 or 2. We've committed to have that capacity till June of 2034. And so you have to keep careful attention to how quickly it's filling, because there is a commitment in the permit to have the capacity for the state's needs until June of 2034. So I don't know if that totally answers your question, but it does address that there's a guarantee that there will be space there for the state's needs.
Right. So but I just wanted to be clear that that's not the end date for everything. That's the end date for the current permit.
Yes, for
and
the
that
current.
It, all things being equal, it's likely that you'd get another one.
We hope so.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So as I'm thinking about how New Hampshire compares to some of the states around us in terms of some of these regulations, one of the other things that comes to my mind in terms of what makes us different from some of the surrounding states is we take items, right, in our landfills that other states have already banned from their landfills, correct?
Different states have different laws with regards to what can go. I know in Vermont, for instance, they ban food waste over a certain, Representative Ebill's bill that she brought in is modeled after Vermont. And so, yeah, certainly there are other states that ban things that go into landfills that the state of New Hampshire hasn't done yet.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe there was a recent article, I forget where I had read it about it. For example, we also take mattresses, correct? Which some other states will not allow mattresses to be disposed of in landfills. And it would seem to me that that also introduces a problem. There's a reason why those states have banned substances like mattresses from being put in landfills. And so how do we take into account the types of chemicals, for example, that are in some of these substances that are not allowed to be put into landfills in other states, but that we do allow here in New Hampshire?
So, the landfills today have to have the collection system for the leachate. We pre-treat it. We try to, the best that we can, address that issue. But certainly, materials that go in do have some, PFAS and whatnot.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. And I would like to call Eric Steinhauser to come and speak. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Committee members, thank you for hearing my testimony. I realize the time is short, so I will not read my whole written. I will highlight some things. For the record, my name is Eric Steinhauser. I'm a senior vice president and principal with the firm Sandmore Head and Associates. We're a local Concord firm specializing in environmental and geosciences. Our firm serves both public and private clients in New England and throughout the United States. We also work for the DES and the Department of Transportation. Personally, I'm a professional engineer with over 35 years' experience in the fields of civil, environmental, remediation, geotechnical, and solid waste engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in New Hampshire and 15 other states. I hold national certifications in erosion control and stormwater quality, and I've been working in New Hampshire for the last 18 years. Also, for the record, please know that I'm a council member of the New Hampshire Waste Management Council, representing licensed engineers. I also represent the council on the New Hampshire Solid Waste Working Group, and I want to be clear that my testimony today is based on my personal professional experience as a landfill designer and not for the council or the working group. These thoughts and opinions are not theirs, they're just mine. HB 56 references, there were some comments about whether this applies to expansions. I suggest that's a question for DES. The term new landfill, in my experience with DES, is any new capacity that's in the state is how they view that. So definitions for expansions need to be very clear. Also like to point out that like everyone else here, I'm very concerned about the environment and how we humans affect our planet. We all create waste and we contribute to the need for landfills and responsible disposal. My career is focused on remediating contaminated properties and developing technically sound and environmentally protective solid waste disposal facilities. It would be nice if we didn't need landfills and I can focus my practice on cleaning up dirty sites. Unfortunately, our modern society and standards for living require us to have a final repository for materials that can't otherwise be reused, recycled, or otherwise managed so that landfills aren't needed. Until such time we live in a true society of no waste, we will need landfills. And these facilities must be properly located, designed, constructed, and operated so future generations don't have to clean up after us. In New Hampshire and other states, in which I'm licensed professionals are bound by a code of ethics, makes us responsible to human health and the environment. We accomplish these goals of ethics and design by following rules and codes, guidelines, and engineering judgment based on industry standard scientific evaluations, technologies, and standards of practice. Since I've been in practice, there have been countless publications about landfills, both pro and con. But the overwhelming consensus of these technical studies is that properly designed, constructed, and operated lined landfills are protective of the environment independent of their location. Contrary to other statements you may have heard, excessive testing and research is documented that geosynthetic components of lined landfills can have service lives of hundreds of years. As proposed, HB 56 would override the existing setback criteria with a statutory requirement. The time of travel requirements are, as we have heard, are excerpted from the state of Maine solid waste rules, not law. Given the differences with other aspects of the Maine rules and their statutes, it is not prudent to selectively cut and paste language from one state's rules into New Hampshire's legislation. Furthermore, HB 56 would require the DES to establish new definitions and procedures to evaluate the, quote, project improvement allowances, unquote, to reduce the potential travel times. Please understand that creating such a statutory framework for landfill siting establishes a one-size-fits-all condition that eliminates the application of good science and engineering. In essence, the requirements of HB 56 have not been evaluated as being appropriate for New Hampshire and do not consider the impact of existing rules and other siting criteria, and therefore is unjustifiably limiting. You've heard lots of testimony already. I don't want to repeat it about the value of the 5-year setback and the use of a maximum one-time value that on the site that might not be applicable to groundwater flow or actually even the location and performance of the landfill. It's in my written testimony. I don't want to belabor your time with that. But basically, using the highest rate value to calculate a travel time distance is an excessive method compared to our traditional approach of risk analysis and factors of safety. I also want to point out that the project improvement allowances in Maine, in their rules, allow for items that the New Hampshire rules already have built into our system. For example, Maine has a single liner requirement. You can have a double liner requirement as a project allowance. We require in this state a double liner system. So how we would actually go about reducing that potential 5-year is not clear and unknown and puts a lot of burden on the DES, and I think will result in potential permit appeals and possible litigation on permit applications in the future. I feel that HB 56 takes a cherry-picking approach to development of landfills. It promotes an unrealistic approach to the practice of engineering in the state of New Hampshire and eliminates the design professional's ability to reasonably apply site-specific data, industry standards, guidelines, and engineering judgment to the siting and designing of environmentally protective landfills. My professional opinion, HB 56 will not improve the environmental protection of lined landfills in New Hampshire. Rather, it will ensure that no new disposal capacity will be permitted in the state, which is not prudent for the state of New Hampshire's solid waste needs in the future. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steinheiser. Representative Bixby, you have a question.
Yes, so is it your feeling that it would be impossible to find a site in New Hampshire that would meet the criteria of HB 56?
Thank you for your question. Probably not. However, the resulting site that might be available to develop a landfill might not be practical to develop. If you look at any of the landfills in the state, they have, and you've talked about some of this already, wastewater treatment plants on site. They have lots of infrastructure around them to handle landfill gas and other components to run a well-operated landfill. So to have that capital expenditure for all those ancillary facilities to have a very small disposal capacity, it would not work. It would not pencil out to develop a landfill there.
Thank you.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm just curious, in your opinion, what would be good language to let a community respond to, potential landfill siting in their area?
Thank you for your question. I think the rules and the procedures that DES has for public input and public need are already built into the permitting process. There was a discussion about the permitting process. A landfill needs to provide only enough capacity as the state has need within I believe, a 20-year period. Doesn't mean it solves all the needs for that 20-year period, but it has to show a public need. And when any new disposal capacity in the state, it's required to have a public hearing. There's public comments to the applications, and there's appeal processes as well. So I believe the community has been able to respond to those issues with applications.
Any other questions? Representative Creighton.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair. And you've said it, but how would you respond to testimony that we've heard this afternoon that says that this is scientific and accepted practice? I know you said it in your testimony, but I'm trying to understand exactly, we've heard numerous testimony that this is scientific, that it is accepted practice, that it is acceptable. And then we have other testimony saying the opposite. So how would you respond to that?
Thank you for your question. Technical terms in math does not make something scientific. The approach to siting a landfill and the design behind it goes through a lot of evaluation and a lot of scrutiny by the DES. It's a years-long process to go through this, even on the simpler sites. What Maine has proposed as their criteria has a number of caveats to it, allowances to reduce, maybe to zero, that setback criteria. So just pulling their rules without definition of how allowances are made is incomplete at best. And as I've said, and as you can see in our rules, we already have many of those allowances built into requirements that we have now for our landfills. So I'm not sure what else we would have to do or what DES would have to come up with to allow for additional approaches and evaluations to allow for allowances.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, for taking my question. I'm going to piggyback on Representative Creighton's question about the science. And of course, the word scientists, I think, hate the most is arbitrary. And so my question to you is, which is more arbitrary, a foot measurement, 200 feet, or a measurement of the velocity of seepage? It would seem to me that a 200-foot distance is a much more arbitrary measure than the speed at which the water moves.
Thank you to your question. Sometimes I qualify my answers. When you ask an engineer a question, they'll answer with "it depends." So it depends. Both measurements are not arbitrary. They're set measurements. It's what you're going to use that measurement for. I don't know the basis of the 200-foot setback for the landfill edge to the waterway. The measurement of seepage velocity, I'm not a hydrogeologist, so I don't do that measurement. I'm not quite sure how you do that. So the actual methodology and calculation of that could have some let's say, disagreement scientifically. I don't know how you would do that personally. So the arbitrary comment would be you just pick a number and apply it. So I would say both could be arbitrary because you're picking a value that is ultra conservative, might, and I have in my written testimony, might be an outlier value and applying it just as you would apply the 200 feet. You might get the same answer, but you might not. So which approach you take, either one could be arbitrary. I think the comments about fully understanding the site and how it works hydrogeologically, topography like, and what else you can do for that site to make the landfill work is not an arbitrary procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just piggybacking on all of this arbitrary, the 5-year setback, travel setback is exactly that, a 5-year travel setback. But the 200-foot setback is only a minimum, so that can be adjusted. So that really cannot be considered, in my opinion. Would you consider that arbitrary because it's going to be based on every single site?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure how to answer that. There are lots of criteria in the solid waste rules. Maybe it's only a page and a half, but there's a lot of criteria we have to follow. When you add on all the criteria and you start laying out what the ultimate limits of a landfill development could be, it becomes less arbitrary because you're compounding criteria. So yes, they are minimums, but depending on how the site looks and how you want to operate it, those minimums are minimums, and that's where you start, and then you develop from there.
Representative Bixby?
Yes, so in Maine, I'm not sure whether this is in statute or rules, but they do not allow any landfill siting on highly porous soil. Do you think that makes sense?
Thank you for your question. It makes sense for Maine. They define those geologic types very specifically. Again, I'm not the hydrogeologist, so I'd rather not comment on what those definitions are, but they are very specific to very specific areas as I understand it. So it makes sense for Maine.
Representative Dotsie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is just to help me put this in context. I'm on a conservation commission, and so we've worked with Sanborn and Head in the past. So my question to you is, does Sanborn and Head have any contracts with New Hampshire DES, or have you ever worked for New Hampshire DES?
Thank you for your question. I have it in my testimony that we are a consultant to DES, as well as the DOT.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Nope. Seeing none, I do not have any more pink cards for HB 56. If anybody else wishes to speak to this bill, please. Okay. Be kind. We need your pink card, sir.
Chairperson, members of the committee.
We need your pink card, please. Just pass it.
Can someone take that up for me, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for recognizing me. I asked to speak on the second bill, but I'm not going to speak on that bill. I'll take my 2 cents worth right now and take my chances. My name is Clark Corson. I'm affiliated with Collaborative Solid Waste Strategies, a new New Hampshire nonprofit which hopes to serve as a catalyst for different ways of looking at landfills and incineration in our state.
Please speak into the microphone so that the folks at home can hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Unlike the scientists and the engineers and the doctors and experts that previously testified this afternoon, I never went to Harvard, but I can assure you a lot of Harvard's gone through me. I was a lobbyist in this state for 42 years and was probably principally responsible for killing over 68 bottle bills. But times have changed. That was 1971. That's when I started. This building was a post office at the time. The first 5 speakers today all mentioned the words remedial. We can do this. We can take care of this. If we have a problem, we have solutions in place where we have remedial actions. I ask you, why don't we take a preventive action by passing these bills today, or some combination that you deem necessary? With respect to waiting for the Senate, why wait for the Senate? All revenue-raising bills in this general court have to originate in the lower body. In my estimation, you're not the lower body. You're the big body. And this committee is critically important to the future of our state and your grandchildren and my great-great-grandchildren. I'm old enough to be most of your grandfathers. Old enough to be most of a grandfather to most of you is what I intended to say. 200 feet is about how far I hit the ball off of the ladies' tee at Nashua Country Club. The distance from a pitcher's mound, the distance from home plate to second base and back to home plate is about 200 feet. Would you want your grandchildren playing in a playground within 200 feet of a landfill? Professor Finkel spoke to common sense. I ask you to consider common sense today. These bills are critically important. DES is hamstrung. They can only do what they're told to do. They can only do with the staff that they have to do with. It was mentioned that there's one on-site landfill person that handles the entire state. Does that give you a feeling of comfort? It doesn't me. I'll conclude my testimony now. I just ask you to ask yourselves, what's at stake for the future of our state? I wish to God 2,000 feet, 200 feet was 2,000 feet. It would make me feel a lot better, and those that follow me. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Corson. I just wanted to verify, you had said that you put in a pink card for the next bill.
I did, and I'm going to leave the building for the sake of my safety after my testimony. So I won't be testifying.
I'm sure you'll be safe, sir.
I would just say one more thing if I could. My good friend Henry Vayu represents Waste Management. I think Waste Management is, compared to the other private landfill operator in this state, heads and shoulders above the one that's trying to ruin the section that you call Dalton on the River. But he said he had an amendment prepared, or an amendment had been prepared, which Waste Management felt much more comfortable with. I would hope that he had said, we strongly advocate the passage of some combination of 56 and 602 today and take a more affirmative position. But with that said, I'll conclude my testimony. I really appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Corson? Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. I have no other pink cards. Anyone else interested in speaking for or against this bill? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on HB 56. Does anybody need a few minutes break? Yes, we'll take yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need the blue sheet from up there. Yes, thank you. Online in the online portal, we have 423 people in favor of this bill, 2 in opposition. And the on the blue sign-up sheet, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 people in favor and 1 person opposed. Could you please write the number right there? Okay. So we will take a 5-minute break and then we will come back. Thank you so much. Okay, good enough.
I thought you were looking for a hand.
Oh, yeah.
Overwhelmingly. Testimony that was spent most throughout.
Yeah.
This lady.
Oh, yeah, the geologist. Yeah.
I thought her testimony was.
Yeah.
This guy.
Pass half along this way and Peter half along this way. For who? Yeah, right here.
No, they have the money in it. Oh, yeah. No, no, something, they want their, and I don't know, I think they put it in the, and I don't see it in it, but I, when I put it in the water, it's still very significant. Yeah, I don't think they necessarily, you know, yeah, I know. Contact. So I don't know. So I don't know if they have to go to the.
Yeah, we'll go up.
Or they can come back and move it. Doesn't mean you don't drop it. It's very small.
We really support
When I know and that's where you get into it. To me, it's not so much.
Yeah. The last I heard was 6:12 in my house. Who knows? We need it. We're almost closing stores. Everything is open except for the- I don't think they did a really good job. Thank you. You're exactly right. All right. So you're like, okay. What's going on?
I've seen this. Yep. Okay.
Cards are multiplying.
I know.
Little mice without poison.
So what's her name? What's her name? DeHoe Roy? Representative Simon. No, I'm gonna try. Okay, I'd like to get our committee settled. Please, everybody take your seats. I'm asking everybody to please take their seats. We want to get back underway here. Matt, did you fill out a pink card?
I did, yes. I just
Oh,
handed it to you. You were still making announcements.
there you go. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, I would like to open up the hearing on HB 602 relative to landfill siting. And to introduce the bill today to us is Representative Matthew Simon. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the ENA committee. For the record, my name is Representative Matthew Simon. I represent Grafton District 1, Littleton, Lisbon, Lyman, Sugar Hill, Bath, and Monroe. I am here today to introduce to you HB 602. And as I often sit in the seat that you are in, I recognize how difficult it is to hear two bills like this in one right after the other. But what I do have for you today, and now I understand the reason for it coming to my attention, is Maine statute. So we've heard a lot today about Maine statute, the specifics of Maine statute, comparisons to Maine statute, and that is much more specifically fleshed out in HB 602. So I would just like to walk you through a couple of pieces of that. Then happy to take any questions that I am capable of answering. If you turn to page 2, the first through line 10 really deals with some differences between this bill and the last bill as far as the soil composition specifically under where the waste is going to accumulate. And as one of the previous speakers towards the end said, Maine does have stringent requirements as far as the soil composition directly underneath the landfill itself. And if you look at line 7, number 3, it says the area within the solid waste boundary shall be located on soils with sufficient fine and clay-sized particles to minimize leachate infiltration. Every measurement made in situ soils within the property shall have an undisturbed hydraulic conductivity less than or equal to 1 times 10-5 centimeters per second. My understanding of this and talking with people in Maine is that measurement basically indicates that if the hydraulic conductivity of that level of soil is in place or less, then it would take about stuff would travel about 10 feet per year. So if you have a 1,000-foot setback, it would take 100 years for that stuff to travel that far. It was believed at the time that, at least at the last hearing that Maine had on this issue, to kind of review these policies, that landfills are in use and are at a higher level of leaking for about 100 years. And so they felt like if you came up with a calculation that took 100 years to get to a location, you've basically given it a lifetime protection to the significant water sources or well sites, whatever you have, aquifers, that you want to protect. And so you'll see some of those setbacks come up further on down the page. I'd specifically point to line 27 and line 29, you'll see that 1,000-foot setback. That's the basic reason behind that setback and how they came up with it. In line 14 and line 16, you'll see 300-foot setbacks. Those are for a bit of a different purpose. One is from roads, one's from the property boundary. They felt like it gave them an adequate amount of space to both test for leakage and for remediation. So they want to be able to remediate that before it hits a road, so that they don't have to deal with the road. They can deal with it before it hits the road. They don't want to have to deal with it after it goes over the property boundary. They want to be able to deal with it inside the property boundary. As far as my understanding goes, that was kind of the rationale for the 300-foot setbacks there. And then you have in line 18, I'd just like to point out a minimum 1,000-foot setback between the solid waste boundary and the nearest residence not owned by the applicant at the time the application is filed with the department. That has absolutely nothing to do with groundwater at all. I think that's basically in there just for decency and consideration of other people's property rights as well. A landfill is a pretty significant structure to be putting up, and my understanding is that's just there because they felt it was reasonable to keep it that far away from the house that had already been situated. One last thing, and then I will take questions, because it was mentioned before, unlike Maine statute, on the first page, line 7, you do see 5 years instead of 6. In Maine, it is 6, and as one of the previous speakers mentioned, he didn't feel like 5 was actually adequate. My understanding of why it's 5 here instead of 6 is more for political purposes than anything else. The longer the time that we allow, the less apt we are potentially to be willing to hear out the bill. So I think for political reasons it was shortened, although he may be correct, it may not be adequate. And I said last thing, but one last thing. I'd also just listening to the testimony be curious because I'm sure people will be coming back up to testify and they may be able to speak to it. It's my understanding that this bill is site-specific in its nature. It is taking into consideration the variables of soil composition, speed, flow, seepage, velocity, and those things would change from site to site. And the setbacks would as well. I mean, we have minimum setbacks here that would have to be adhered to, but those can be adjusted according to the soil composition of a specific site. This isn't a one-size-fits-all. It just gives minimums that we have to adhere to, and then we can make adjustments from there. So having said that, I'd be happy to take any questions from the committee.
So yes, my question initially is, I took a look at all these different setbacks, minimum setbacks, and this is taken from Maine law.
Yes, it is.
So did they have any technical reasons for these particular setback numbers or footage, or, I mean, they seem very arbitrary to me.
Sure. So my understanding on it, Madam Chair, is that the last Maine statute's been in place since the late 1980s. They did a significant review of it around, I believe it was 1999 or so. They have done a great deal of work themselves, the same kind of work that if we don't base our model after somebody like Maine, we would have to do. As was stated by the DES, they would bring in experts, they would, do their measurements and come up with calculations. My understanding with speaking with people from Maine is that's what they have done to come up with these setbacks. I'm not going to pretend to understand them thoroughly myself because that's not my area of expertise. I do know that in talking to them, the 300-foot setback from a roadway or from a property line is what they came to the conclusion was necessary to be able to test and remediate before it hits an area that they don't want to have to dig into, somebody else's property or the road itself.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's line 26, 25 and 26. Can you just explain that? A minimum 100-foot setback between the waste handling area. I don't know what a waste handling area would be, and a classified surface water.
Yes,
yeah.
Representative, thank you for the question. This is actually, so as we all know, doing this job, sometimes things are up against a tough timetable, and we wanted to get something for the committee to give consideration to. Actually, in Maine statute, those 100-foot setbacks would traditionally be a 300-foot setback, and then through remediation processes like we've been talking about, you can lower that setback down to 100 feet. There are people who can probably speak better to the specifics of it as far as what those things are technically, and I would leave that to them on either side. I'm sure that they can probably explain that to you better than I would be able to.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, quick question about the 300-foot setback. Is that just a setback around, or my understanding is Maine also has that it can't be over an aquifer, for example?
Yes, that would be, thank you for the question, Representative. That would be if you flip back to line 3, actually, on page 2. Excuse me. The area within the solid waste boundary shall not lie over or be within 300 feet of a significant sand or gravel aquifer. That's where that would come into play, which is, why the 100-foot setback seems strange further down, because technically they should be looking at those sand and gravel deposits to see if they're an aquifer or a significant source for an aquifer.
Any other questions? Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So I'm just trying to push legislation through that makes sense. Last year we did that. We pushed HB 1454 through, and it was vetoed. Very similar legislation to this. Have you accounted for the language requiring additional data and a data-driven solution in creating this bill, and if so, how?
Thank you for the question, Representative. If I understand you correctly, have I considered
So
what data is driving it?
Approve this bill, have it go to the governor.
To the governor, have it.
Says, hey, I thought I told you that last year. Weren't you listening?
So, I mean, this is a bit different from last year's legislation. It's also been in place in the state of Maine for, 30, 40 years now. And so I guess a question for the committee to take into consideration and maybe ask to some of the other people who are here who might have more information on it is, do they have a problem citing landfills in the state of Maine? Is there any anticipation that, and why would that be, that it would be more difficult to cite in New Hampshire than it would be to cite in Maine if we're following the same criteria? Once again, unfortunately for the committee, that's something that you'll have to dig into deeper. But that's my general premise. Is it's been working in Maine for decades now, and is it going to cause some significant hardship to the state of New Hampshire to adopt something that seems to be working for them very well?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In listening to the previous testimony and listening to this, you're taking Maine law and applying it to New Hampshire, although New Hampshire's geography is a lot different than Maine. So why would we take another state's language and put it into New Hampshire statute when our geography is not the same?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I would say that when it comes to seepage velocity, we're dealing with an issue, from my perspective anyway, we would be dealing with an issue where we're just trying to give setbacks that allow us to both recognize when a leak has happened and then remediate that, as well as prevent it to the greatest extent possible. So whereas our geology is different, the calculations would also be different, but the concept would be the same. So we're trying to give ourselves a significant enough amount of time to recognize a problem and address that problem. So I think from that perspective, working off of somebody else's model that is working seems to make sense to me.
Representative Bixby, sorry.
Yes, so one thing that was objected to last year's bill was that it did not sufficiently exempt existing expansions of existing landfills, and that the phrase "new" is, given the way that that is used in DES rules, actually also applies to any expansion. So is that something that you gave any thought to in your drafting?
So thank you for the question. That is something that I really heard for the first time today, and happy to make an amendment for the committee to make sure that, in particular, I suppose waste management would be in agreement with the bill. Yeah, so happy to make that adjustment.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As far as the definition, I believe it's online. Well, I don't have lines, but it is regarding the definition of overlying an unstable area.
Yes.
Do you have a definition to describe what is unstable? Is that a subduction zone? Is that a sinkhole? Like what definition is being used to describe something as unstable?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm not 100% sure, so that would be something that the committee would have to look further into. Or perhaps somebody behind me would be able to answer that better. That's possible as well.
Any other questions, Representative Dotsie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have to ask this question. Why was this bill filed, since there were so many other bills filed regarding landfill? Because I'm not seeing any of the sponsors being part of the solid waste management or on this committee. So, where did the idea for this particular bill come from?
Thank you for the question. And to address the number of co-sponsors, it was very last minute, and we had to rush to get it into OLS. And as we all remember, getting things to OLS last minute was pretty challenging this time around. So considering the time frame we had, the number of co-sponsors we got, I thought was fairly good. As you just witnessed, I would say, in the last hearing, a lot of conversation over the last couple of years has centered around Maine in particular. What Maine is doing, what Maine isn't doing, how does it work, why is it applicable? So the idea for the legislation just came from the idea that if we brought Maine's legislation forward, you could debate that. You could have the discussion over it, and you could decide whether or not it was fitting for New Hampshire.
Any other questions? Seeing none, excuse me, thank you for your introducing this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I would like to call Nikki DeLude-Roy to testify.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony and bumping me a little bit on the schedule. Much of my testimony today in the written version that's going around repeats comments that I've made regarding HB 56, so I won't bear repeating those here today. But I do want to say that much of the language in 602 is similar to House Bill 56. So I'm just going to focus on the differences and the specific language that seems to be pulled from the main solid waste rules. As proposed, HB 602 includes project improvement allowances that appear to have been excerpted from portions of the solid waste rules in Maine. The allowances included in 602 should be left to the experts at DES to develop in solid waste regulations in our state. There are obvious problems with excerpting provisions from one state's regulations into another state's statute. Each state has different local and regional geologic settings. Direct application of these allowances from one state to another ignores regional differences in geology that would typically be considered if these provisions were left in the hands of the experts at DES to develop in regulation. The excerpted sections would be included in New Hampshire statute without the applicable definitions to the earlier testimony that are critical for interpreting and implementing these allowances correctly, requiring that DES develop new rules, creating definitions in statute, and leaving them with the untenable responsibility of trying to interpret statute in rulemaking, rather than developing the rules directly that are directly and truly protective of human health and the environment to our state. Specifically, there are a number of locations, like on line 4, for example, that where a significant sand and gravel aquifer is referenced without definition. That definition exists in the solid waste rules in Maine, but is not included here. Line 23, again, a significant groundwater aquifer, again, something that's defined in Maine rules, but not defined here. Lines 25 and 26, a classified surface water, lacking definition here. Line 28 and 30, preliminary information report, is not something that we use in the state of New Hampshire, but is a defined document in the state of Maine. And to the earlier comment, line 35, an unstable area is defined in Maine regulation, but not here in the statute. To add to issues inherent in wholesale adopting one's state regulations into another state statute, several of the excerpted provisions cited in HB 602 have actually been modified in a way that makes them ambiguous or impractical in the state of New Hampshire. As one example, Section 4B3 indicates, and I quote, "The area within the solid waste boundary shall be located on soils with sufficient fines and clay-sized particles to minimize leachate infiltration. Every measurement made of in situ soils within the property shall have an undisturbed hydraulic conductivity, less than or equal to 1 × 10⁻⁵ centimeters per second," end quote. As indicated in earlier testimony, actual geologic conditions vary wildly and naturally across a site, and the subsurface heterogeneity is an expected and natural geologic factor at all sites. Requiring an entire area and every measurement to meet a specific criterion is arbitrary and technically unjustified and quite frankly, impracticable. For the reasons outlined in my testimony, I urge the committee not to support 602 and to prevent the language from proposed in 602 from making its way into New Hampshire statute, but rather to continue to support DES in evaluating and updating their solid waste regulations, as this is the right mechanism to provide the protection that is ultimately sought in this bill as well as in 56. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So, a previous question to the sponsor of the bill, excuse me, with regards to Maine's geography is not the same as New Hampshire's. And you kind of touched upon that. But the answer to that was that basically, well, it's the concept. What's your thoughts on that? Isn't the concept the same?
Well, I guess I would suggest that the best people to determine that are the regulators at DES, the experts who we have at the state to determine what is applicable from one state to the other and what is not applicable given the differences in geology and geography and topography.
So in your opinion, do you think that because of the difference in the geologic makeup between the two states, that this bill would exempt a whole lot more land or include a whole lot more land than, say, Maine?
I believe that that's the case. And in particular, I believe that that's a very important point because the definitions behind a number of the terms included here are left out of this bill. So there isn't anything to go back to. So someone will have to define those particular terms, and if defined differently than Maine, or if defined in a way that isn't applicable to New Hampshire, that certainly could result.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's connected, I'm sure, to the chairwoman's question. But as a scientist, and I understand what you're saying, and you've made some very compelling points about terms that are defined in statute or rules in Maine that are in this bill, and we don't have the rules to define them. But I do want to come back to this question about, for example, seepage velocity, right? So as a scientist, I understand the geological, well, I understand that there are geological differences. I won't pretend to understand what they are. But isn't seepage rate in some sense a constant? So regardless of the geologic makeup, seepage velocity would seem to me to be a constant measure that would be applicable regardless of what the geological makeup is.
Well, so thank you for your question. Seepage velocity really reflects the geology, right? And so if in very simplistic example, if I'm at a site and there's a sand lens in otherwise a clay environment, the seepage velocity within that coarser grained material is going to be higher than in the neighboring or surrounding clay and silt units. And so it does vary from location to location. And so in that simplistic example, if I were trying to site a landfill and the entire site was in glacial till, very low permeability material, there are lenses of sand and gravel within that material, generally everywhere across the state. So you'd be basically concluding seepage velocity at that maximum location in this lens that may be discontinuous and not really impact the overall seepage velocity at a particular site when you look at it as a whole.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can we interpret your support for DES making these rules to say that you would support the path presented by the Senate, which would ask DES to address these rules and look at them? Or do you think what is currently...
Representative Nab, I'm sorry, we cannot reference the Senate bill at all because we're talking about
Okay,
this
can I
House
ask,
bill.
would you support a process that directed DES to evaluate the current rules around landfill siting? Or do you think the current rules are adequate? Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
I would completely support a process that would allow DES to consider all of the facts and revise their regulations, yes.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to call now Fred Anderson. Mr. Anderson requested 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Fred Anderson. I am a retired Presbyterian minister, and for the last 20 years, I've also been chair of the Center of Theological Inquiry in Princeton, New Jersey, where we gather scholars to take on what they call life's wicked questions. We're dealing with one of life's wicked questions. For those of you who haven't been here for 4 years, this is the 4th year in a row I've had the pleasure of talking with you about the issue of landfill siting. But today I don't want to talk to you about the technicalities. I don't want to talk to you about the science. I want to talk to you about something else. I'm sure you'll hear all the technicalities and have heard all the arguments already. I'm aware that many of you, if not most of you, are people of faith. You would call yourself a person of faith. I don't know whether that would be Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, but someone who has a sense of accountability to God. After all, when you took your oath of office, you said, "So help me God," did you not? Now, if in fact you have a problem with swearing in God's name, you said under what? Let me quote it. "I do this under pains and penalty of perjury." Was that the phrase? Thank you. Consequently, what I want to talk to you about, I want you to consider this bill, or actually these two bills. I chose to speak only this evening at this point. I want you to think about it from the perspective of faith and ethics. The book of Genesis tells us that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and that everything in them was good. And God gave this gift of creation to us and it had in it everything that is needed for life. But God gave it to us as God's stewards. Now, it turns out this gift is extraordinarily fruitful. It's not simply brimming with life, it is alive itself. Those of you who are farmers know this already. I have here in my hands a book by Dr. David Greenspan, one of the members at CTI, who was part of our initial study into the ramifications of finding other life in the exoverse. Dr. Greenspoon is a member at CTI. He is a planetary scientist and now an astrobiologist, and he's written this book, Earth in Human Hands, Shaping Our Planet's Future. Dr. Greenspoon makes the point that Earth is the only planet in our solar system that is alive. We alone have a biosphere to bring forth, nurture, and sustain life. And in this book, he talks about the consequences of life on Earth because of the decisions we human beings have been making. And the story's not heartening. It turns out
Mr. Anderson, we need to be talking about this bill.
I am, please. I'm talking about the criteria that you use by which you decide what the environment is about that will enable us to continue to live.
We are looking to see whether there are aspects of this bill that are favorable or not. And so I would like to keep to the body of the bill and
With all due respect, I've talked to you about the body of the bill for 3 years. With all due respect, I'd like to talk to you about how you're going to approach making these decisions as people who are ethical, as people who are concerned about life on this planet, as people who are concerned about those who may come after us.
please keep your comments to the topic of the legislation and whether or not it should be passed or not.
Okay, first of all, I'm absolutely convinced that either one of the bills could be passed. And secondly, probably you may well want to combine the two of them to answer some of the small technological questions you've had. But it's very clear that if we don't do something to stop what's going on in New Hampshire, we're destroying ourselves. And we will destroy the earth. And that's what Dr. Greenspoon is saying. So he's saying we have a chance, and the chance is for adopting bills like this. Is it the full solution? Absolutely not. It's simply lighting one candle rather than cursing the darkness. So what I urge you to do is to vote ought to pass. If you want to merge the two bills, gladly merge them, make them even better. You folks have the capacity to do that. And then pass it. And then let's do everything we can to see that the Senate agrees. And thereafter, let's see if this time our governor will take what the people of this state need seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I would like to now call Dr. Adam Finkel, and you've requested 3 minutes.
Sorry, I'll breathe easier. Excuse me. Thank you again for a chance to come back. I'll be brief, I hope. Maybe like sentence at a time, little sound bites. First, I would just urge you, if you have either 1 minute or 4 minutes, to take a look. I sent you all 2 links to YouTube's. A charming 13-year-old middle school student last year put together a video that I also cut to 1 minute, just to show nothing substitutes for seeing it in real time, how different good soil and good bedrock is from sand and gravel. And those funnels full of colored water, the ones with the clay underneath it, were sitting there for a whole week before we started that demonstration, and not a drop fell into the beaker below. The sand and gravel we did in real time, and within a few seconds, all the liquid had percolated through. And again, the beauty of that experiment is that 6 out of 7 funnels have clay, because 6 out of 7 randomly chosen sites in New Hampshire will be acceptable hydrogeologically for a new landfill. Secondly, frankly, I've heard some unscientific things here today. The questions were trying to get the errors corrected, and they didn't work. If you drop a tennis ball here in this room, it will fall to the ground in a certain amount of time. And I guarantee you, if you go across the border to Maine, gravity works the same way. So my understanding is that the amount of acceptable land in Maine and New Hampshire may differ slightly, but as you said, Representative Germano, the concept is the same. It doesn't change anywhere on Earth. You can measure velocity, and you can apply it to change velocity to time. And so the fact that Maine may have slightly different ramifications, that maybe more or less of their land would be made unsuitable for landfilling by their law and regs, what we know is in New Hampshire, the vast majority of sites would still be applicable under either of these bills. The question of statute versus regulation. So I don't want to go into a long history here. So I was the chief scientist at the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration in the Clinton administration and the Bush administration. I wrote rules. I wrote the federal respirator rule and a number of others. But we also, on occasion, were directed by Congress to implement verbatim rules that Congress wrote for us. There were times for each. I believe this is a time for statute because of the difficulties that DES has. And look, frankly, I don't really understand what DES is supporting or not supporting today. At one point, it was, we need more discretion. We don't like being micromanaged. At another point, we don't like the table of offsets because it gives us too much discretion. This is a time for the legislature to speak with broad strokes of policy. Now, I don't profess to have been here at the time, but I think whoever was here did a great thing, I don't know, 20 years ago. It's called Jessica's Law, not Jessica's rulemaking, right? You guys decided, your predecessors, that piles of snow on the roof of a car were a bad idea, and somebody got killed. And I'm sure we're getting a lot of static up in Dalton. You're being reactive to a problem. Well, yeah, all good legislation is reactive. We have a real problem, somebody trying to bury 18 million tons of trash in a sand pit next to a lake. And so we're asking for a reaction, just like Jessica's parents asked for a reaction. But you didn't have a study. You didn't send it to rulemaking. You made policy, and that's what we're hoping you will do in this case. I think just one or two more quick things. The distinction between using the maximum measured value and some average. I said earlier today, frankly, the problem with the average is it's easily manipulable by moneyed interests who want to manipulate the game. So I agree that there are value judgments to be made here, whether we want to use the maximum value or the average value, but let's not pretend one is unscientific and one is not. They're both science policy judgments, and it's a feature of these two bills that they require the applicant to sample as little or as much as they want, but they're bound by the highest value they get because that's a real number. For somebody to say, well, it might just be a lens that only goes in one direction, that's a real number, and it says the leachate will flow away from the site at a high rate of speed through that formation. Maybe it's tilted towards environmental protection more than tilted towards profit, but of course, I think that's a good value judgment. So let's not be fooled by this random utterances of unscientific nature. Both these bills are science-based. The only real difference between them, if you're really kind of puzzled about the numbers and the language, I think I can make it real simple. The main, or the Bill 602, is more stringent in one important respect. It follows the main concept that you should, if you go to a site as a developer, you dig your first test well, you find you're in a sand pit, pack up and go away. There's no variance, there's no allowance for that. No matter how far away the water is, Maine says, why on earth would you dig in a sand pit? 56 doesn't quite say it that way. It says if you're 5 years away in a sand pit, we're okay with that. So I prefer 56 because I think it's more of a balance between protecting the water and not digging in the wrong place. But I see the real merit in a more protective, more easily understandable prohibition, which is what is in 602. And I think that's it. The only other really interesting point is about last year's veto. Are either these bills sufficiently different to escape another veto? And all I will say is at some point, I hope the governor listens to some of the industry that is saying enough is enough. We need a better system. And I think it's quite appropriate to try one more time a bill that is laden with, I won't call them concessions, they are valuable balances to what industry itself asked for. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Bixby, go ahead.
One of the objections that was raised to 602, and I must confess I'm a little bit sympathetic to this, is the lack of definitions. Do you think that's a flaw that would need to be fixed?
Yeah, I think it could be fixed pretty easily. My understanding is that a lot of the definitions in the Maine system are just cross-referenced to Maine statutes, which would not be objectionable if they were simply repeated verbatim as a definition section. I don't think the definitions in Maine are in any way unreasonable or bizarre. It's just they are terms of art, like sensitive receptors. They have their own name for that. And we ought to either figure out whether we have exactly the same term of art or need to sort of paste it back in as a reminder.
Thank you.
Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that Representative Bixby's question reminded me of the map, the much disputed map that we've discussed. And it says that the source was New Hampshire DES, but adapted from US GS. And so I'm wondering, in terms of definitions, is there some overlap also through USGS in terms of defining some of these geological characteristics? You were talking about kind of what Maines are based on, but is there also a larger body through USGS, for example, that contains definitions as well?
Well, USGS is using words like clay, or they're using words like glacial till, whereas Maine is using a very, very precise number, 1 in 100,000 centimeters per second, which is about 10 feet per year. Yeah, I prefer the Maine system, but the map is just to show, in a easily understandable graphical form that within a lot of approximation and a little bit of play, 86% of the state is prima facie probably a decent place to put a landfill. It's only to say that all of this sky is falling talk about we're never going to be able to put another landfill. If you squint really hard, you'll see that little yellow square on that map in the legend. That is all the land we need for the rest of the century to bury our trash. If we can't find a little yellow square in that vast green area, something's wrong with us. We don't need to go into the worst possible locations to look for landfilling.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up. Yep.
Thank you. And my question really was about, so are you familiar with where those Maine, as you said, they're much more specific, they're much more precise in terms of how they define clay, et cetera. Do you know, were those developed by geologists in Maine, or do you know where they got that data from?
Well, yeah, I've talked to the counterparts in Maine who do the same job that Mr. Wimsatt does. And what they've told me is they picked 1 in 100,000 centimeters per year because it was, again, 10 feet per second, 10 feet per year. They wanted about 100 years for, in all cases, for the leachate to traverse a long enough distance that they were comfortable. In other words, even though they had a 6-year thing in their regs, they were really thinking about 100 years as the kind of lead time that we really would like to have. So while they have variances and they have offsets and ways to get closer than 100 years, they were really looking at, let's just not set ourselves up for trouble by digging in what is essentially sand and gravel, but they're putting a number on it. They're putting on that 10 to the minus 5th centimeters per second to mimic sand and gravel.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This 602 has been described as more prescriptive, and to me it seems I have a question about the veto again. A lot of the prohibitions have to do with human interaction with the site, right? The near roads, near property boundaries. So do you think that will make it less passable? harder, make it harder to get it past the governor?
Well, yeah, I think you're probably, I mean, I think it will take a little more education for the sponsors or the proponents to explain why there are so many different subparagraphs talking about residences and other, as Representative Simon said, human decency issues here. But I would hope that those wouldn't be controversial, that if somebody would take the time to listen, that I sort of, again, with all due respect, 44 pages of operation, maintenance, closure regs are great, but the 1.5 pages of citing criteria in our state are not nearly enough. So it looks like a lot of verbiage, but it's because it's being overlaid over a really threadbare system right now.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'd like to now call Director Mike Wimsatt, and I guess Mark Sanborn as well. Hello again.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you again. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt, a Service Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, and with me is our Assistant Commissioner of the department, Mark Sanborn. As a lot has been said here about the similarities between this bill and House Bill 56, and there are indeed some similarities, and I won't repeat my testimony relative to those similarities, but I would note that a very significant difference with this bill, a couple of them, but one is that it looks to set a 5-year travel time distance for not just surface waters, but for this category of sensitive receptors. And sensitive receptors is quite broadly defined in the bill to include certain aquifers, water supplies, sand and gravel deposits, which are not defined, in perennial surface, and then of course perennial surface waters. So that means that it has a significantly greater impact in terms of what different features need to be have a setback determined for them. I guess what I would say is that with respect to the undefined nature of this the broad definition of sensitive receptors, but the terms within that being undefined, it creates some difficulties. One is that sand and gravel deposits isn't defined, and that, depending on how you define that can describe much of the overburdened soils in New Hampshire, and certainly at sites where there may well be other soils that are much less permeable and might meet the criteria in the bill, but there are sand and gravel deposits often closely associated with those very same slow-flowing soils. And the issue, I think it's been addressed a little bit, but I will repeat it. The idea that all soils at a site need to meet the 10 to the minus 5 centimeter per second criteria, that's not something that's terribly common. The way that the bill, and the words matter here, it's easy to say, well, we just mean we want the sites to be in places where water doesn't move that fast. But the reality is that there may be sites where water doesn't move very fast, but those sites will also have soils that have permeabilities that are much greater than 10 to the minus 5 centimeters per second. So if you say all the soils at the property need to meet that criteria, that's really unrealistic, and probably that, combined with these other terms not being adequately defined, results in a situation where virtually no site could be deemed acceptable for a landfill siting. And I am not an expert on how Maine applies their laws. I don't know the definitions of these terms in the Maine rules. I think much of this is contained in rule in Maine rather than in law. But the words really matter here. And before we could embark on changing the statute in a way that uses these rules, in my view, in a way that is careless, we could end up with a result that none of us really anticipates. And I think I'll just leave it at that and entertain any questions unless Mark wants to.
Yeah, I'll just really quickly, following the chair's guidance, of course, just say this bill does not outline the approach we would be recommending or supporting to address this policy issue.
Okay. Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again for your testimony. And so you heard the previous testimony that said that that basically this was, a good way to go about doing this. Your testimony, says it's not a good way about going this. So how would you, advise us in terms of squaring that conflict there?
Well, I think that, you know, as we've stated earlier, it's clear to us, you know, we've been here before this committee for a number of years now with a number of bills. There's a lot of concern about how the current rules address, or in some views don't, some people say don't address citing criteria adequately. And so we believe that that certainly time has come where we're going to need to look at these citing criteria and shore them up in some fashion that's going to be acceptable to the general court and to the regulated community and to the public. And that's a delicate balance. But I think that, you know, the other bills that have been referenced by myself and by Assistant Commissioner Sanborn provide a good outline of the criteria that we should be looking at and give some clear guidance on how to use those criteria to develop citing, more specific citing criteria, particularly with respect to surface water setbacks. And I think we think that that can work. But we're here today to talk to you about these two bills, and I think you've heard from our testimony that we think that they are in many respects fraught with pitfalls that make them unsuitable.
And I'll just quickly add, sticking to this bill, our goal is to have a coordinated effort to really look at these issues from utilizing, and the reason we're utilizing we've thought about using a third party is because our staff, if all they had to do was this, they could get together and do this work. We just simply, our staff simply doesn't have the time to dedicate to doing the research and background and data collection needed to give our staff the right tools to come up with a rulemaking. So that's why, and the approach we've talked about. I think the key here is we're not disagreeing or agreeing with anyone's testimony. What we're saying is we would like a coordinated effort done in a process-driven way that gives us all the information and all the data and analyzes our neighboring states, so we aren't relying on just the testimony, with all due respect to individuals, you know, here in this room offering their perspective. And we want to have a more coordinated, holistic approach to looking at this and coming up with the right answer for the state of New Hampshire, not disregarding what other states are doing, but looking at all of it in a full way and finding out what makes the most sense, balancing all the needs of the state, the environmental, the natural resources, the economic, across the board. And so those are the measures of what we'll be supporting and we think is the best path to moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder what you think the timeline of that would be, because we're hearing that we don't need a landfill for a long time. We're also hearing that there's a landfill concern in the state. I apologize that I'm new to this process, but you know, I recognize the points you make about getting the best rulemaking policy in place, but what is the time frame of doing that?
When asked this question by others, we have said we think 2 years would be enough time to go through the RFP process, to allow a firm, selected consultants to do their work, to analyze that work, and then do the regulatory rulemaking that would be required. There would be overlap in that. Some would feed off each other. So they're not completely isolated activities. There's some overlap, but what we've stated is we think 2 years is, while aggressive, a doable time frame for us to go through that process.
Representative Howard.
Given that, oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Given that the the 602 has been effective and working well for 30 years in Maine. Doesn't that sort of give you a jump start on the process? And that's, I have a second question to follow up on that, and that is that if we were to pass this bill, could it be a guideline for you setting rules around the details that you feel may differ?
I guess if the bill were to pass, it's more than a guideline, it's the law. And we would have to incorporate and develop and adopt rules that were completely aligned with the law. And that's the problem. Guidelines we can live with, but that's not what these bills are. These become law.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. If we were to amend this in some way as to make it a process, a development process for rulemaking, as you suggested you're interested in, would you feel that it would make sense to have a moratorium on any new permitting of landfills until that process was completed?
So just the director's always in a tough position because Mike being directly involved with approval has to be very careful about speaking, especially that specific. So I'll take care of that answer. Our policy position is we are going to be neutral on the concept of a moratorium. We'll respect what the lawmakers and ultimately, if the governor agrees, comes up with on that. I will say this. I think any of these legislation could be crafted in a way where we would be able to do the work we need to do, and that time would allow for any future sites to be regulated. And just one note, though, because you talk about amending, I do want to be transparent and clear. The starting point for this legislation as written is pretty far away from the approach we're taking. The key to the approach we're supporting is no prescription of what the rules should look like beforehand passed in statute, but giving us the tools and the time frame to bring forward rules that we think are based on data and other examples, and that's how we would develop our rulemaking. I've heard the term used, the Maine is working well. That's a subjective term. And what are you balancing? What policy impacts are you balancing? Are you saying just the environmental? Are you saying the economic impact? Or, the cost to the residents, depending on what availability? So I can't sit here and tell you any of these things are or aren't working well. What I can tell you is if we're given the chance to work with a third party and find out that information, we will only do a better job coming up with rulemaking that makes sense for the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I believe you had just recently said that you don't have the resources to do some of this stuff adequately to the best of your ability. And I guess so the follow-up question I have on that is, how long would you say it has been since you have adequately had enough resources to do this work?
Well, interesting conversation at budget time. But listen, when I was referring to resources, that wasn't an advocacy of we need more personnel. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making, in order to do this the right way, it would require staff to completely focus on this and not be able to focus on their existing regulatory responsibilities. So what we're seeking to do is to gather information, gather data, and do some analysis on it. And it's a very time-intensive project, and that's why we talked about the idea of this is a great example of where government can look for outside help to do a very specific time-driven task, focused on that while we continue to do our work, provide the information, and then we can incorporate it in rules that we think will end up where we all want to be, balancing all our policy impacts that we're trying to balance: natural resources, environment, economic, quality of life, costs to our residents.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I need clarification. So if this goes forward and you are able to hire a third party, okay, is legislation going to come out of that we would then vote on? Or are you saying that the end result of this third party is rulemaking and the legislature would basically be cut out
So
of
I
that?
want to be careful of the chair's rule about how we talk. So I'll talk about it more generically than specifically. Generically speaking, the approach would be directing us to do a study with guidelines and directing us to then use that study for rulemaking with some guidelines. So it would lead us to, the whole process would lead us to do rulemaking based on guidelines that are in the statute.
Representative Dotsie.
Just to clarify, there would be no legislation coming forward for the process that you're talking about.
No, there are ways to approach legislation that would direct us to conduct the study with some funding, and then rulemaking with some broad guidelines of the areas of the rulemaking we would want that the state would want us to be addressing, and then we would then, over about a 2-year period, conduct those activities and have the data we need and the background we need to do bring forward a rulemaking that, as DES staff, we feel comfortable represents all the interests of the state.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the same topic, just listening to things, and I just want to, for a point of clarification, it is my understanding that what we pulled here in 602 from Maine is not actually in statute, but in their rules. Is that correct?
I don't pretend to be an expert on that. I'll hand it over to the director.
I don't have a definitive answer on that. It's my understanding there may be components that occur in both places, but I believe much of what is in this occurs in rule in Maine.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And gentlemen, so we have a conundrum. We have scientists who make a good case for both sides. And you have a different responsibility than we have. But in the back of my mind are the people who are waiting for the lawmakers to help them with a problem that cannot wait. And I live on the seacoast, so I have some experience of a 20-year fight with regulators. So I guess I wonder if we can both appreciate this conundrum. We have different responsibilities, and with respect, at the end of the day, we meet, we discuss, and we come to a consensus. And we will do that with ethical considerations as well as our particular scientific knowledge, however meager it may be. But I just want you to appreciate that we recognize expert testimony is what we need to make these decisions. But when it conflicts, we do our best to sort it out and make a good decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, Representative, let me answer this way. We too want to see something passed and have direction. Without being overly specific, I'll tell you this much. During the break between the last session and this session, we talked to a lot of folks about something that could have the support of the legislative, both chambers, and the governor's office. So we are recommending both what we feel is the best approach for DES and our role, and based on what we think is going to be palatable enough to enough folks that we could actually move forward with something and not just continue the debate. Because to your point, folks coming forward with their prescripted idea hasn't resulted in any actual movement on this issue over years now. So the time that would result from the process where we're suggesting is still less time than it would take if nothing passes and there are more years of fight legislatively.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with all due respect, I just would like to just make the point, I guess, with regard to Representative Haskins' statement, that we do have a very specific charge within this committee. And part of that is dealing with air and water pollution, waste management, and other issues that come before us. So to that end, I do think we have an obligation to get it right. And we've had a multitude of people coming from many different perspectives here before us seeking an answer. So to that end, I would hope that we have the opportunity to sit and work those through in a way that would arrive at an answer that may be more amenable.
We will always work with all of the state's elected officials and the general court. As you speak of your role, all I can tell you is I can only be here in my role. And in our role within DES, as the folks being asked to implement whatever is passed, what we're bringing forward is what we believe is in the best interest of the state and in the best interest of what we feel would lead to the best result as the folks at DES who are going to be implementing it. And we feel we need more information, more data, and a more process-driven approach to this versus one-off individual recommendations that are from folks, passionate folks. I'm not judging them either way on their intellect, their experiences, their engineering, scientific knowledge. I'm saying usually in government, when you use a process, it is better than using one-off testimony to make a decision. And so all I can do as assistant commissioner of DES is bring forward what we think is in the best interest from the perspective of the department.
Thank you. Representative
But we will
Germano.
always work with the general court, and of course, whatever the general court ends up passing, and if it's signed into law by the governor, we would of course follow whatever the state's duly elected officials direct us to do.
Thank you. Representative Germano had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to get at something that's at least been a subtext here, which is the difference between statute and rule, and the different roles of statute versus a rule. And you'd made a comment a few minutes ago about what you would like to see are a set of guidelines which allow you to make rules that you believe balance, say, environmental interests, economic interests of the state. But my question to you is, isn't it our job to decide what that balance is between the environmental and economic interests of the state as literally as representatives? So I hear you saying, and the reason why I raised that question again is to highlight why perhaps something should be in statute as opposed to develop as a rule, because if it involves those questions, aren't those questions precisely the ones that should be decided by elected representatives and then rules based upon the decisions that are then made?
I'll answer that this way. If the legislature feels they have the right answer and the right approach to this issue and pass that in statute and the governor signs that, we'll follow that, of course. yes, you are the 424 members of the general court, a governor, and we have those 5 executive counselors that every 2 weeks approve our contracts. So the 430 folks are certainly the folks who are directly sent by the people and are the policymakers of the state. What I was referring to is if asked what we feel is in the best approach, what we feel we can do given the tools we have, what we're saying is we think more information is needed in a defined process will result in a better, that's our recommendation of what we think would turn out the best result. But if you all feel comfortable and enough folks in both chambers feel that way and the governor agrees, that'll be the answer, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just, what I hear you saying is that you need a couple of years to do this process. So should we table legislation for 2 years and wait for you to come back to us with the results of this consultant process? Or?
Again, I'll answer this generically. Legislation could be done so that it outlines what's in the study, and then it outlines the parameters of what should be included in rulemaking and directing us, and we would move forward with rulemaking. And the legislature still has the ability, if they don't like what we come up with, to pass legislation directing us to change those rules as the legislature sees fit. So there's still plenty of opportunity for the state's elected officials to weigh in at that point. If there's consensus, something in how we went about it wasn't done the right way and needs to be changed.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'd like to call Cynthia Walter.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Yep. I'd like to call Cynthia Walter, and you've asked for 3 minutes.
Thank you for hearing me again today. It was wonderful to hear all of this discussion all day long. And I am speaking now as somebody who has worked with the folks similar to the DES, we call them in Pennsylvania the DEP, for over 20 years. And working with those folks and also other professional engineers, I have had a chance to see firsthand the importance of clear guidelines for regulations that came from statute down to regulations through a messy process, I agree, but then were enacted. I've also had the chance to see how engineers, in trying to do the right thing, would make terrific mistakes. And I see that coming through in ways of correcting mistakes that can easily happen in House Bill 602. So I see the strength of the simplicity of 56. I see the strength of the details in 602, and I appreciate the humility of the DES to say flat out what I heard today is they do not yet know how to safely site landfills in New Hampshire. And they need 2 years to figure it out. I also heard them say that they need, just like the DEP folks that I worked with, they need principles and guidelines from you that are important. Well, what do I see in 602 and 56 and perhaps other things? I see that there's a need for a 100-year protective framework. Whether you get it from the the velocity of this and that, whether you get it from an assessment of soils, however you get it, 100-year protective. The attention to sensitive receptors cannot be underestimated. It has to be in a revision of either 56, 602, whatever new number you give it. It needs to be there, and here's why. New Hampshire, as you heard one of the other testimonies today, we have an abundance of running freshwater surface waters. We also have an abundance of important groundwater supplies for public water, for public drinking water. That combination in the United States, that combination in the world is extraordinary. Running surface water is the rarest of the rare waters in the world, and New Hampshire has an abundance of that. You must protect those rare surface waters. You have an abundance of drinkable groundwater. That is, I mean, I've been in continents around the world, and it is so rare to have drinkable groundwater, folks. I just amazing. So you have to collect everything in between. And therefore, that 100-year and the sensitive receptors has to be in the new guidelines. And then there's the practical setbacks. I can't tell you how many times we have had engineers who said, no, we can do this. And there we're standing in 500 gallons a minute discharges, flooding ourselves up to our waists. My hip waders were not sufficient. We never know what is going to happen to discharges of contaminated water and where they'll end up. This one with these 300-foot and 1,000-foot setbacks between this property and that property, it allows you to do what we oftentimes couldn't do in Pennsylvania, is put in a remediation really fast to handle that 500 gallons a minute unexpected discharge that the engineers said wouldn't be there. But they were humble, just like the DES is humble. So I strongly encourage you to take the people who have sponsored 56 and 602, craft a legislation that gives the DES the money and the time, 2 years, to create a new set of laws with the statute that you design that says those things that we can have to keep and save the baby and the bathwater. No pun intended. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for your, excuse me, thank you for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam
Representative Haskins, can you shut your microphone off? Thank you.
I did just have one clarifying point. Were you asking for the date to be enacted 2 years from the time of the legislation being crafted? I just wanted to be clear about what you were.
No. What I meant was, well, I'm just going to give them what they estimated was 2 years. So again, I'm not good at rewriting laws. I'm only good at, doing data. So I'm not sure how you would craft the statute that says these are the guidelines for developing rules that will provide 100, that will have rules that will have a 100-year protective framework that would have this and that you put a time limit on it, so they're not going to drift forever in developing those rules, because it's true there's nobody knocking on our door right now in terms of landfill siting, but that doesn't mean that somebody won't be arriving soon for some reason. That's what I meant. It's just suggestion, put some limit on it. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. It's okay. I'd like to now call Representative David Rochford.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Rochford. I'm from Littleton, representing Grafton 1 with Representative Simon. I'd prepared some remarks, but I think it's late and we've heard a lot of this stuff over and over again. I'm going to kind of dispose with that for everyone's sake. What I was going to talk about is money and resources and tourism and all the wonderful things that bring people to New Hampshire. But I wanted to address a couple things. I think Representative Ducey asked about some of the co-sponsors, and I'm co-sponsoring 602, and quite frankly, I would be happy to co-sponsor 56 as well. Our family bought a house on a lake in 2017, and it was an old house, it was a camp. And what we didn't know we were buying was an environmental time bomb. We bought a house that was about 100 years old, and about the time the house was built, all the land around this house was farmland, sheep farming and cattle farming. And going back about 100 years ago, even when it was deforested, but that's a whole other story, there was unknown what chronic fertilization, animal waste, things like that would do. But what happened, fast forward to 2017, and what we know now is there's something called gravity. Everything flows downhill. And our case was not landfill related. It was cyanobacteria related. And I'm going to get off topic a little bit, but I promise I'll get back on topic if you'll entertain me. And what we realized, or what we found out, was that little bit of phosphorus that flowed downhill was just enough to tip the ecosystem of the lake to a situation that caused a bacteria bloom. So when Representative Simon asked me if I want to sign on to this, he knew about our situation. The lake is in Littleton. It's Partridge Lake. I said, absolutely, because we need to, if we can take action now to prevent something in the future, we will protect everyone's property and property rights who are downstream. Now, I'm not going to be able to answer any questions about science. I am a scientist by profession. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a hydrologist. I don't even really know what that is, probably studying water, or a geologist. I'm a pharmacist. In my profession, 100 years ago, we used leeches and lobotomies to treat headaches, PMS, postpartum depression, aches and pains, and infections. And we realized that there's a better way to treat people, and there's a better way to take care of people. And I'm convinced that whether we go with 56, 602, a combination, there's a better way to do what we're doing than the way we're doing it now. So I hope that answers your question, how I got onto this. I'm not an environmental background guy. Quite frankly, I probably should be better at recycling, but I've experienced the ramifications of things that happened decades ago. So looking at these bills, they use modern accepted techniques. They've been around for other states. We're not inventing the wheel with that. This is not an anti-business bill. If it was, I'd be the last one to sign on to this. It's actually, in my opinion, a pro-development bill in that it encourages smart development and sustainable development. It's not anti-landfill. Like I said, we all have to throw stuff away. It's just making sure the stuff that we throw away today doesn't come back and hurt us 50 years down the road. That's happened to our family. So again, I thank you for listening to me. I do hope something comes of this. It is an important issue, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to now call Tom Tower, and you've requested 3 minutes to speak.
Submit testimony via email last evening, and I know that it's been a very long day, and it's obviously a very passionate subject. So I'd like to take just a minute, and I'll go off script as well, to speak about the history so that people have perspective. There's a lot of new faces here on this committee, and the conundrum that you spoke about. So for the record, my name is Tom Tower, and I serve as the Vice President of North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. I'd first like to thank Representative Simon and Representative Rochefort, Representative Mooney, Representative Rung for submitting 602 and for being champions for clean water in the great state of New Hampshire. There's we're not going to debate anymore about this 200-foot setback. Even DES recommends that something needs to be done. So that goes without saying. But this 602, so the history behind 602 was, and again, a lot of people have reiterated that we've been doing this for 4 years now, right? So we hear a lot of back and forth, and we want to try to accommodate as many people as possible. And so many people, so many legislators said, well, we need something more Maine-like. You know, why can't we do it like Maine? Right? Because Maine has gone through a painstaking technical studies. They had public hearing, and it's been in place for 20 or 25 years. Now, the assistant deputy or the deputy commissioner spoke about, well, that's conjecture, but it's been in place for 20 or 25 years. Haven't seen a lot of things necessarily in the news talking about, you know, landfill and contamination in Maine and that kind of thing. So it's obviously doing something right. We talk about whether or not now is a good time. Well, now is a perfect time. There isn't any active permits for landfills in the state. We could speculate all we want, but there isn't any active permits. And people talk about 2034 in capacity. Well, I'd like to say that 2034 is probably an underestimate, because within the last couple of years, or within the last year, I should say, the Solid Waste Working Group actually updated the solid waste plan. And one of the things that they outlined in that plan was a 25% reduction in solid waste output in the state of New Hampshire by 2030. Now, I realize that that's a lofty goal, but at the same time, even if the state only does half of that, that 2034 timeline gets extended a lot further, a lot further. So the point of the matter is here, we have the time to put something in place to make the right decision for the public health and safety and for the business of the people in the state of New Hampshire. House Bill 602, House Bill 56, they're not asking for money. You know, they're not asking to appropriate hundreds of thousands of dollars to do studies. Why? Because they're pretty good. When we look at what is House Bill 56, the previous version, and this one has been amended because we saw a representative from Waste Management basically say, well, last year we're really concerned that you couldn't expand existing landfills, and that would be a big problem. There was too much ambiguity. Well, Waste Management says, I think you've taken the ambiguity out, so this is a better bill. This is a better bill. What was the primary reason that the governor vetoed last year? And believe me, we took a painstaking look at why the governor vetoed this bill. And what did he say? He said, because we're concerned we can't expand any existing landfills in the state, and we're going to really be in a problem. So what did we do? We basically said we should update and amend what is 56 now, which is an improvement over 1454. There was only one bill in the state of New Hampshire, one, that was overridden in the House of Representatives, and that was House Bill 1454. Why? Because it had cross-section bipartisan support, unlike any bill that basically that was vetoed by the governor. No other bill was vetoed, but this one. Why? Because it was a good bill. And then it actually passed the House coming in, and then ultimately the veto wasn't sustained. So what do? We tried to improve. So from a conundrum perspective, we'd like to say, look, 56 and 602 both are good bills. To speak about what's going on in another chamber, and I applaud Madam Chair, it really doesn't have any business in what's going on here in the House Committee. What's going on over there is conjecture, and I appreciate DES saying, well, there may be some other things. To be honest with you, these are good bills. These can be put in place without a lot of cost. Now, granted, DES may have to go through some energy and resources to put these into practice if they become law. So what we're saying is, let's take a look at what is in front of you. I'd recommend pass them both. Give choices to the Senate. Let the Senate decide what's good and what's not. And we can have a very, dare I say, robust conversation about this as this continues. So that's all I have to say, and I am happy, and I know this has been a long day, and you all deserve credit for sitting through this, but I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you very much. It's a quick one. But since you referenced them in your letter, do you know anything about Vermont and Massachusetts standards?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I cannot speak to the standards, but what I can say is that Vermont and Massachusetts are not permitting any new landfills in their state any longer. One of the reasons why New Hampshire has a little bit of a challenge in that the existing capacity in New Hampshire, quite frankly, people, is certainly ample for many, many years to come. The elephant in the room, of course, is out-of-state waste.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Madam
it.
Chair. Thank you, committee. Really appreciate your efforts today. Thank you.
And I would now like to call Mr. Tuthill from Ackworth. You've requested 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Tuthill from Ackworth in Sullivan County. 1 minute. Been a few snowflakes already, so keep it short. It's been a very interesting afternoon, and your patience has been extraordinary. I agree with Mr. Towers that both bills should be passed. I'm very glad that these are in the House. These are policy committees. This is important policy. It's critically important at this time to protect New Hampshire going forward. We don't have 2 years. The time for the DES to be proactively studying and researching how to improve siting regulations was some years ago. I was around on the seacoast in the 70s and 80s when Coakley was operating, grew up over there. Have followed it since, was there when it closed. There was discussion today about remediation. Coakley still has not been remediated. Millions and millions of dollars have been spent. After DES was formed in '86, and I should point out the first commissioner came from the waste industry. Rules were soon being written for the air division, the waste division. I was at some of those meetings, and industry basically dominated the rulemaking. They had the resources, they had the time, and they had the interest. And those are the rules that we're living with today in terms of siting. So in 2023, with the changes that we've seen in the marketplace for resource management and waste management, I think we really need to just stop and get hold of what frankly is really quite a dangerous situation for the state, because people have talked about things flowing downhill. Well, waste flows downhill as well. And we are at the bottom of the hill. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And this might be maybe even more to DES, but if my memory serves me correct, Coakley Landfill is a designated Superfund site. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
I have Eric Steinhauser. So I'd like to please request that if anything has already been spoken of, that we can skip it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to start with that statement.
Yep.
I'm passing around my written testimony. I would need to read one part. There's a disclaimer. But for the record, my name is Eric Steinhauser. I made my introduction before. I do need to say that I am a member of the New Hampshire Waste Management Council, representing licensed engineers, and I represent the council on the New Hampshire Solid Waste Working Group. My testimony today is mine and does not represent the opinions or thoughts of the Waste Management Council or the Solid Waste Working Group. I will not repeat what I said earlier or some of the testimony that's already been made, and I will keep my comments to the legislation components. First, I just want to reiterate the difference between a statute and a rule. The statute is you know, to use the pastor's comment, is gospel. We have to follow that. A rule, if there's an issue with the rule, we can negotiate how to apply that rule based on the actual site. That would not happen with the statute. So the preference would be to have things in rules, not prescriptive in a statute. I do encourage the committee, there's a lot to learn about landfills, and we've heard some testimony that really is applied to unlined and old landfills, not the new modern landfills that are built, designed, built, and operated under the rules that DES has. Personally, I'm not aware of any remediation being applied at any of the new lined landfills in the state. And I also want to just talk about a comment that was made about the maximum value that a applicant can go and reduce the average number by getting a lot of data. I would also challenge that theory, is that you could challenge the value because you didn't find the highest value. Like, you didn't study enough to find the one location that had the highest value that could ever be on that site. So our hydrogeologist friends are doing their best to characterize the site based on data, but just to use one value and not consider the whole site holistically is I think, a scientific issue. It also presents problems for engineers as we're trying to use the whole site as for our work. The other thing I wanted to mention is there was a discussion about the map. It came up a couple times that had the stratified drift and a potential yellow spot on the map where we could put all our waste forever. What's not included in that map is all the other siting criteria in our current rules that by topography and by other issues would really limit where we could put landfills. So I agree with a study process. DES is going through their rulemaking. They have to renew their solid waste rules now. That's in the process. Could they be made stronger and better for both sides of the aisle? I think so. But just to be prescriptive and just pick values, whether they're arbitrarily selected or not, or how you view that, I think the study process is a more appropriate procedure. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I do not have any more pink cards. Does anybody else wish to speak on HB 602 today? Okay, seeing none. I would now call this, oh, I need the blue sheet. Blue sheet? And online we had, for 602, 285 people in favor of this legislation and 2 in opposition. And on the blue sheet, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favor and 1 against. Thank you very much. I'm going to close the hearing for HB 602. And next week, on February 28th, we will have a full committee work session, or we're planning to have a full committee work session on these 3 bills that we heard today, plus one other, HB 221. And then in the afternoon, we will be execing a plethora of bills. So that's all I'd like to say about this committee. I want to thank everybody for their time and attention. It's been a long day, and I really appreciate the work that everybody is doing on this committee. And hopefully we will be in conversation about where we're going to be going with what we've heard today. So thank you.